Good morning, Vietnam. Sorry about the delay. Good morning, good morning. Sorry about the delay. Just dying there. The doctor called and I was having a conversation. So catching up on all the 700 Reddit messages of you guys missing me. All right. So we're doing okay. Just give me a minute to get my head. I usually have 30 minutes to get in order before the day starts. There we go. All right. Everything is good. Morning pizza. Well done. And all right. So 1 minute technicals. We're back at it. It feels so weird having a long weekend. You're a little groggy getting back into things. At least we started with a good start. Mm-hmm. Just give me a second here. I'm still getting everything up and running. Good. Post and good. Okay, that was a garbage link. Oh, we're gonna get feedback. There we go. YouTube.com. Edit. How do I edit this post? So, anyways, I'm looking at this chart. Why it's going. Nothing eventful. And where we can get a technical breakout if we get over these two lines, but we'll have to see. It's still early. Ugh. Okay. Perfect. Delete my other post. Where's my other post? Is live stream. Oh, it actually fixed itself. Yeah, cool. So it takes Reddit a minute or two, but the Reddit machine knows how to expand YouTube links. Makes sense. All right, so whoa, my short sell of Roblox. Oh man, This is why short sellers close their position overnight. Wow. Damn. Okay. So, GME is so good. How about the Dow? Dow's great. S&P great. Oh, we're gapping up. So it looks like everything's turning around. Good. The US dollar's been just pooping. Yeah, look at that. I remember that from. I don't think the Forex closes over the weekend. Or closes ever. Except for the nighttime breaks. Interesting, these little guys here. Anyways, good. Okay, so am I making money on this one? Nope. So all my short positions are unhappy. Auto. Yeah. Well, so this one I probably will have to let go. So I think this one's going to go into a technical breakout. So this one's going to pooch me. And because this is like one of those stocks where everybody's hyped about it, so once it goes, they're gonna try to run with it. But it's too early to flip over, even though they might have a run. And they're gonna go for a technical breakout. Okay, fuck it. Oh, I'll take it. Okay. AMC, not yet. Okay. And I think I'm back to order. Okay, now to check up on the chat. Yes, long-term share availability is very important. Short-term is negative. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so there's also, if you look into the financials there, Howard, there's probably going to be a lot of provisions that were written by the previous board of directors that were all debt companies, right? So it's very common practice that if you run a corporation and that people that give you money, they're making interest off your debt, but they get to control your company to a certain amount to protect their interest. And these companies make their money by basically riding you into the ground, or when you recover, then they get a bonus basically. But the objective is to stop you from dying rapidly so they don't lose their money before they make it back in interest. But then they'll have all these provisions that basically if you hold on to the debt for too long, they're going to increase their share or make you do all these dumb things that aren't financially awesome, but they're important to them, right? So we're going to see a lot of them ripping this shit up and kicking out Wanda's, devil level agreements, right? So I don't know too much about whatever, but if you dig deep, you'll see there'll be stuff like that. So they'll scale back director funds. They'll kick out the directors. They'll rewrite their debt policies, which they already did. They signed a deal with that European group. basically they're just going to keep, now that they've got tons of money, they get to set the terms of agreement sort of deal. So anyways, yeah, so good times. And we're looking good across the board. Jesus. I really need to buy this fucking stock. Holy Christ. Ooh, Nikki didn't. It went sideways. US dollars not having a good one. Fuck, look at it go. I mean, this isn't a lot. Well, it is a lot. 1% or $1 is a lot for US. F minus. Double F minus. So yeah, we're looking at, as where Jer pointed out, a W. Okay, got a meeting at 2 o'clock. Excuse me. All right. So many messages. Okay. Oh. Yeah, my sister and my parents are all like, "Oh, I wish I had so much money," and I'm like, "Ah, stock market, ah," and they're like, "Oh, but," and I'm like, "Risk reward, ah, Jesus." They got something like $2 to $3 million, and they're in mutual funds that get them about 23% a year with no work. That's pretty good for doing nothing. But I'm like, all right, we'll take like $500,000 and gamble with it, and just go in for the purchase you want. Wait till the market is perfect and attack it. Yeah, leave your core, diversify, because they're retired, so they need a steady source of income. But for all your wants, just go and win them, right? Whereas your day-to-day, your core is built off the 20%, and that way, if you need a break, you're not pressured to make your money on the stock market. But on that note, just on a random news while we wait for this, although it's going flat, I paid my rent, my food, my living, and all of that with stock market winnings from last month, or last month's all paid up. I haven't won this month because it's going to be a while till we get to 14, but I got 30 days minus 5 to get there. So I don't think we'll hit the end of the month without seeing 14. That would be weird. I just hope it's not the 31st. That's going to be a long drive. But we have a month to grow out the Reddit, grow out the channel. So all is good. Let's see what's going on here. Everything is good. Ugh. All right. Channel's kind of... Oh, actually, that's a good thing. I should look at interactive brokers. Why I'm waiting for this to do its thing. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, so let's see what the price is for Canadians. So, fixed pricing in North America, United States, Canada. Ooh, we are only a bazillion times more expensive. So in the States, it's 0.005. So 5,000th of a penny. Oh, we're going to go for a technical breakout here. If we can, no. In Canada, it's 1/10 of a penny. Damn, so we're 100 times-ish worse. The US is maximum per order is 1% of trade value. Canada at 0.5. Sad pandas. It's not too bad. Europe is 0.1 in Austria. Suck it, Euro pores. Taxation out the ass. Especially when it comes to finance. Yeah. Oh, Great Britain is $6. $6 commission. Ow. Ow, and that's £6. Wow, UK's got it the worst. But that's probably just for interactive brokers. I don't know how anybody would trade at £6 per trade. Shit. Even I don't pay that much. I pay 7 Canadian dollars, which is like £3. Damn. Spot currencies. Nice. So they trade at 0.2 basis points. Minimum order is $2. So that's a $2 commission, and then 0.2 basis points of the trade value. That's pretty expensive. I mean, it's not horrible, but that's pretty expensive. 20 cents times $5 million. That's a lot of money. But of course, you're not going to care because you just made a bazillion dollars, right? Sweet. Oh, Interactive Brokers has a mobile. Nice. Anyways, yeah, sorry. The reason I was looking at this is just you reminded me in the chat that I needed to look at getting switched over to Interactive Brokers. Excuse me. Because previously they were American only. Now they apparently are open in Canada. So, and they're definitely my favorite so far. Their platform's nice, the speed is nice, everything is just great. You can paper trade on them. Basically, if you don't fund your account, you can paper trade. Yeah. I could be a family office. Yeah. That's the US thing. We have so much money, you have a person that manages your money in the family. Property traders? Oh, proprietary trading groups. Okay. I was like, what? Where is individuals? Friends and family advisors. Here we go. Oh, that's just to have multi-accounts. Yeah. Yeah, so for tax reasons, you basically get your family to open an account, and then you manage your family's account. But the money never goes into your hands, and that way you keep your taxes clean. I think you're allowed to manage friends and family. You just can't give financial advice in Canada. But the idea is to never take money from anyone, just because you get screwed. Ah, son of a bitch! I wasn't paying attention to this, and now I'm making my money back. uh, shit. Taking a loss on my paper trade. So if it breaks this, it'll collapse. The red's ramping up. Okay, we're just going flat. So yeah, it looks like we just opened up and we had a dip. We came out of it, but not enough to take off. Slow growth with ramped up volume, but we're hitting an indecision point. So what's going to happen is it's either going to go red, and ramp down real hard, or we're going to do a green, and then we're going to ramp up to green. But we're going to have a volume breakout real soon. Because it's basically like the calm before the storm. And if the buyers can get in just before, then the sellers will back off. If it goes too long, then the sellers are going to dump in because we're going into the dip early sort of deal. But this would be the worst time to buy. It's basically 50-50. And you can kind of see there's a mini pendant that further reiterates the point. And if you're a betting man, you have if you get over this line, you'll go up. And if you go under this line, you'll crash. And if you go under this line, you're probably going to go down. So your pendant is kind of, I guess, this shape. Or maybe this shape. Yeah, one of these. But, so you have a little bit of play, though, before it gets sour. So you could bet on it going up, because once it gets to here, that's going to be quick. If it goes into here, then you just do a stop loss. So you get in here and you get out there or there or there, depending on how you want to do it. But yeah, she's starting to go. So as soon as it gets, it's going to like blast, probably to here at least. It will stall a little here, and then once it gets past here, it will take off to somewhere around here. We'll let that fall through. Oh man, my paper trading just took a nosedive. Sweet, you got a raised price target. Oh yeah, the chat's frozen. Yeah, I haven't got to it yet. I'm still catching up with everything. Yeah, I just want to take a look at interactive brokers before I forgot. I try to shut down for the day, so once the stocks are over, I just close everything and I don't look at it. Just because there's so much, like, you could spend the rest of your life learning financials. And there we go. And okay, so it's about 4 or so from the bottom. Interact. Ah, god damn it. There we go. Okay, that should fix it. It's not going to be perfect, but the chat will be a little off. Some days it lets me scroll to the bottom, and then some days it just it gets the top of the chat. Anyways, all right, let's go back to AMC. So it's still treading water, but it's going to go for its breakout if it hasn't already. Oh, wow. Google remembers my account? How long ago since I... Oh! Okay, your application was deleted because it had been on the books for so long. Okay. So how do I fund my account? All right. Na, na, na. Okay, well, I can deal with this at a later time. But yeah, I guess as soon as my money gets clear, then I'll transfer. The only problem with using a brokerage that's not linked to your bank account is your winnings are not immediately spendable. You got to transfer all this crap back and forth, right? And that comes with cost generally. But if you're doing it once a month, yeah. All right. So let's get aggressive and get some trades in here. Okay, since I don't have all day, let's do a buy with a stop loss of does it let me do that? Oh yeah, stop loss has to be down anyways. Okay. So we'll do say 4 pips down and we'll take profit at yeah, let's take profit at yeah. Okay. Make it happen. Oh shit. What's going on here? Did I immediately trigger the stop? I did. Son of a bitch. That's what happens when you do a tight a tight one. Okay, let's try that again. I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, let's make that 8 pips. 2% risk. Okay. Okay, buy, sell, bought, sell. Okay, so it's place the order. Oh, I see. It placed 2 orders. Okay. Now I know what's going on. Alright. Make it happen. I don't normally use this. Okay, and I think this one's going to go for a technical breakout. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay. This will eventually get my money back. This one I should have. So there, see how it went below this, and then as a result, I should have pulled the plug on it, but I don't want to take the $4,000 loss, so I'll just let it come back. It might not come back, but it is at the bottom of a dastardly cliff, so, and it is technically a Monday, so at the very least I would expect us post dip to have a little bit of height. If it gets below 39.40, it probably is a good time to pull the plug on it, because then it might travel down into abysmal territory. Okay. Oh, where's GME at? Oh yeah, it's up here. I haven't checked on it in a while. So it's recovered. Is that the walrus? That's the walrus. Okay. Good. 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 Yeah. Yeah, that EENF is, it might be still riding high, but damn. Bastard. Bastard of a stock. Okay. Yeah, this is just slow pandas. Yeah, the Dow's still good. So we should be going into the dip. Okay. How's our volume today? 15 million. Volume's great. So, well, better than normal. 20 by 10 o'clock is great, but good. Solid volume. Oh, we're not going to have another slow-ass day, thankfully. Although, I hope I didn't jinx it. Okay. So, this is kind of like a U shape. So we should get a little bit of steam. And 10:09 and 10:15 are the numbers to beat. So there's a huge red on the screen, but you can see it's small. So most of that is probably buyers. So there's probably a large sell because, as I was saying, with if it goes too long, right, it'll break down. So that's probably what that was, that large red. But the good thing is the buyers came in and completely pushed it up, which means there's a lot of pent up buying energy. But we are not even moving right now, so I don't know what's going on. Ugh. Like, my whole thing looks like it's frozen, but the clock is still moving. Huh. Cricket. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. Okay. So we're hitting the ceiling of these two guys to our left. Good. Broke through both the ceilings. Now hit the 15, 10, 15. Exactly. You got it, Belts. But that red stick that we saw there shows that the breakout is probably, and it's now looks like it, is up because we have support. So some person decided to, or entities decided to try to pull the plug early, but the buyers weren't having it. So that's great. Versus what we normally see, which is the buyers step out of the way every time someone sells. So we need one more cent, I think. Yeah. No, we're above it. We should start taking off now. Yep. Good. On our way back to 14. Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm going to have to pull the plug on this. I don't want to. So this, because this part of the day is the dip, right? It's kind of stupid to pull the plug on it. This is why it's kind of good to pull the plug early. And this is a problem I have often, is that I'm dealing with the now, but if we know the long term is this, then if we're here, we can pretty much predict that there's going to be a dip. So even if it recovers, it's still going to go down. So it's like you should just pull it early, let it go through its motions, and then get back in. Because now you run the risk that the dip will break technicals. So it goes into a dip. If it goes into a dip and hits one of these technicals, then it goes like this. These two are close together, so then it does that, right? So as you're going down, the risk goes up and up and up as you get closer and closer to these lines over here, of course. So it's like you have to have that future thinking, like, okay, right now I know it's going to recover, but then now you have like 2 inches away from technical collapse. So it's like, then you're stuck, right? But I'm smart enough that if we get to the point of technical collapse, I'll get out. But, get out early and then you don't have to worry about that. But then it could have just done this, and it might still do that, right? Because those lines technically give support, right? So it's like, fuck, I hate when it's on the fence. Now this was just a bad trade. I should have got out here, and I would have got out here, but I wasn't paying attention. So now I'm trying to make the best of not paying attention. It's all paper money, but anyways, just a good learning experience here. So I want to get out at 50. Okay. Good, and so we're just putting along. So a little bit of retraction. But hopefully we blow through it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. I love this incredible lack of speed we got going here. All right. At least now I'm betting on some other horses. Well, I guess I could bet on this horse, right? I could do it paper trading, right? Does it let me? Oh, that's why. Right. It won't let me. I guess because you don't have real-time data. So if the data's delayed, you could just cheat the paper trading system. You could just go find the real-time data and like make millions on the paper trader. Makes sense. So this is likely due to low volume. Now, are you getting low volume because nobody wants to buy? Or are you getting low volume because something else? If it's because no one wants to buy, then it will go south. But you're also getting no sellers. So if there's no sellers and no buyers, it's just low volume, period, because nobody cares. Yeah. So then what we're looking for is as soon as we see a red, we want to gauge how much interest the sellers have in selling. And then if this remains low volume, then it confirms, which it see low volume. It confirms that the sellers have no stomach and the buyers have no stomach, so it's just low volume, which is good. Because as I said countless times, what you don't want to see is a ramp up like this, but red. That's the worst you can have. You always want a ramping up like this. This is the most positive thing you can kind of get of green. And then this is pretty good because it stunts the red. But yeah. And then this is okay, but not great. So it's like we buy less, we buy less, we buy less. It's still good because you're buying, but it generally means the steam is going. So we need to see a large green here in the volume, or we're going to start going into the dip, which usually happens around now anyways. So that will be our indicator letting us know that if the buyers back off the gas pedal, then the sellers, which historically come in at this time due to market ebb and flow, portfolios get traded, blah, blah, blah. Let us not question the dip, but the dip comes. Then those sellers are going to show up or start if they're already here. I don't know. Or they're in a portfolio, so are they ever really here? Who knows? Who knows? Good. So that's a nice solid volume. Now, don't follow up with any red. Get us over 1020 and we'll go for a run. So this is a really tight, I can't draw sideways lines. God damn it. This is fucking hard. So anyways, yeah, it's a very tight channel. So as soon as we get over in one of these lines that is straight, we're going for a run. That's why I enjoy the horizontal line. So we just got to get over that red line. I have no idea at the closing price. I can't predict end prices because I can't predict the volume. Like if we had a high volume, high volume, then we would close probably at the next resistance level, which I think is 1150, and then it's 12 something. Yeah, I think it's 1102, and then 1150, and then somewhere in the 12s. But if we have no volume, we're going to hit 11 and not get through it. If something spooks us before we get there, then we're going to get depressed, and then we're not going to even make it there, right? Like it's like water, right? It's all about water levels. So if the volume's not there, then the water's going to go one direction, up or down, and it's just going to coast, leaking or building up until something changes its course into the other direction or amplifies it, right? Stocks rarely go flat. They can, but they rarely do. So we'll see. It's always better to go for a run. When a stock shows pent up demand, so if it goes low, and then blasts off, then that brings so much life to the stock. For example, that EEEF or whatever, people are buying into it because it's showing promise, right? We don't know the fundamentals of the company. We're just looking at its stock price, right? So it's always good to show that there's still interest in your company, even if it gets mostly retracted. if you constantly have outbreaks, you'll be like GME, where people dump money in a company that should be dead. So, yeah. Speaking of GME, it's now negative 6%. So, suck it. And even with their depressionary death, they're still not holding us down. So that is good. Which means if GME does like after the dip, decides to go for a run to get back to 190, we're going to fly off the handles today. Because we'll have that, and the Dow. Oh, it looks like we're going to go for a run. Yeah. Yay! Man, it looks like I called that one pretty good. Well, I called it here, but I was too tight. But, I got her. I am not too bad at this. Sometimes I amaze myself. They all tell you that trading stocks is hard, but then you get to a point and it's not that hard. You just know it. You feel it. And this one, fuck me. I still think it's going to go down, but it's going to be a while till I get my money. Today is way too positive. It'd be nice if I could just pause the stock, be like, okay, I think it's going to go up, pause, without losing all that money. But unfortunately, pausing doesn't quite work. Yep. Yeah, she's gonna. So she broke out, did a little bit of charge up, broke out again, and she's gonna go for a run. Let's find out where to. 5-day. Okay, so our next stop is going to be probably 1036. Yep. And then 1104, 1102, which then is this guy here. Let's go look at the 1 month. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to, where we are right now is the main shelf. Yeah. So this is considerably in my way, but so as I've been saying for ages, right? We're basically going into a U shape. So this was annoying, this down day, but essentially we're either here or here in the U shape. I don't know yet because this is very steep. So I don't know if we're going to, like how much more bottom we're going to have, but our recovery will be quick. Could even be today. Should take two to 3 days, or at least 2 days to get us back up. I don't think we're going to. So on your way down, it's always elevator, and on your way up, it's stairs. So if it took us 2 days to go down, it'll take us probably 2 or more days to go up. But easy come, easy go. If you're on your way down and there's not much resistance, the recovery can be very quick because there's no support or resistance lines. There's like 2 here, 3 if you count this one, which we're already over. So we could easily rocket up to 1198, and then we just get through 1255, and we're back to 14. So if that's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, maybe, because you got this guy, this guy, this guy, and this, and we're already over all of this. So, and these guys are the same, and these guys are the same. So there's this guy, which is this guy here, and this guy here. So that would be 1150 potentially. But we got over the most of it, which is this crap, the chop down here. And the good news is we built a pretty solid base. I mean, we did have a couple of breakdowns, if you will, but that's basically building this. And then that's what we're going to use to launch ourselves up over 14. So good. All is good. But yeah, I need to see some progress here. We need to get up to 1138. Yeah, I want to be over 1138. And I think once we do that, then the stock will basically rapidly go up. So I think that's the goal for today. We need to get to 1138 before 12. And then if we get over that, then that's going to set the rest of the week. Excellent. So let's go take a look. Yeah, it's not too far. We might be able to pull it off. Maybe it was Jesus. Yeah. All my friends' Easter posts that are religious. It was hilarious. I'm like, BRB 3 days. Got shanked by a Roman hedgie. I'm going to short sell the crap out of the Pharisees. I'm going to teach them to not manipulate my currency. Yep. What was it? The 40K universe, right? It's the corpse god, the undying, living. Well, essentially, he's not dead yet, but he's pretty much dead. So I always refer to people worshiping a corpse god. I'm like, the corpse god. I'm staunchly non-religious, so whenever I get a chance, I get my jabs in, just to not prove a point, but remind people of the world they're in. Let's get a lemon in here. All right. And there we go. Oh, now, am I still losing money? Yeah, for now. See, this is going to be a little steep. So you got this, you got this, you got this, this, well, this and this and this and this. So as it was going up, it kind of stopped, went down, stopped, and then did this. So coming up, you're going to hit 1, 2 ceilings right here. So this is going to probably be where it's going to hit some trouble. That also happens to be about 50% of this. So if you're gonna hit roadblocks and it's gonna slow you down, and we know that things don't want to be at the 50% mark, the probability of it going down is greatly increased than it going up, at least in the short term. Now, if it doesn't go down a lot, then it'll come back, and then that's a different story. Also, if it comes up with so much energy, it might be able to get through, but the likelihood that it will stop here is fairly high. Oh shit. Nope. Someone just hit the NOS, but you can see it's hitting resistance. But they definitely just NOSed it. Now we should see some red. There's got to be some resistance from this line. Yeah, see how it's pushing it back? Might even crush it. So that might have been some sells in there. It may not have just been buyers. Yeah. But anyways, that proves the point that I'm trying to iterate here. So we'll see what happens with this. But it's pretty straightforward. If you want to get good at charts, just look at the bottoms of things. Look where it paused, where it hesitated, and look at the volume to show the commitment to the hesitation. And then you can, that's the real basics. And then you're looking at larger patterns like W's and whatever, and all of that then is confirmation, because those are summaries of the psychological soup that's around you. So the W happens for psychological reasons. So when you see it, you know that this psychological thing played out, and then you can use that to further paint the picture of what's happening around you. Because really, the stock market is all about just trying to guess from old information the soup that you're swimming in. What's the situation around you? What's your sit rep based on what you're seeing? So this is showing great hesitation, and it's this chop here. So this, I would say, is more likely support than a ceiling, which means I think we're going to go into our dip now. So we don't have enough energy to break through the ceiling, and we're getting held up because these lines, right, are like kind of have a gravity. So they stop you from going through, but they also kind of pull you towards them. So if you have no volume, you basically do this or this. If you have lots of volume, you either hit them and bounce off, or you go right through them if you're really killing it. But you have to get a certain distance from them, and if you don't, you get pulled back in. Again, kind of the gravity, especially if you have slow volume. So if you bust through and you have no volume, you basically just like free fall right back, not over the line, right to the line. But normally there's some sellers, and then it'll push you over the line. And then once you go over the line, then, well, you could free fall if the sellers come in force. But so I'm guessing that's what's happening here. This bad boy is giving us some trouble. Sometimes it's a psychological number. This is 1038, so 1040, which is right here. Yeah, it could be 1040. Let's take a look. Because there's no real tops and bottoms here. If we look at this objectively, you know, we kind of have this chop here, but there's no real defining line that says this is a top, this is a bottom. So it's, yeah, I think this is more of a, this isn't a real line, this 1040. This is just us not having enough steam going up, because the real line looks like it's right at 1038.37. You can see the tops all start to touch. There's the red, the bottom, this guy. That one's off by a penny. These two, right? Maybe I have that wrong. Let me see. No. That's, yeah, 1034. Yeah, see, nothing really touches it. This guy, ceiling. But I wouldn't say enough to constitute. I think this is more of an average. So basically it's going to have the real line is somewhere around here, but I don't know where. The market will tell us, but for the short term, does it matter? Do we need to know? Probably not. So basically you can think of it as the line, there's one of these red lines is probably right, you know, at being the ceiling. But which one doesn't really matter. So where this ends up will probably tell us where we see the resistance in the floor or wherever's, but we don't really need to know. All we need to know is that there's a line somewhere in this blue highlighted area. So that's going to give us some trouble going up. And since we're going into the dip somewhere, if we don't have enough steam, which we don't, then we're basically going to dip. Now, also, because again, it's water level, right? Got to keep this in mind. So if a dip is just, or sorry, not a dip. Okay, let's just go back to fundamentals here while we wait for this. So if a chart, you're looking at a chart, this is time and this is water level. If you have constant time, you're going to the right. If you have constant water level, you're going up on a diagonal. So when a dip happens, you're essentially draining the water first severely, then slowing down, and then the water level comes back because there's time, and this is the water level. But if that's happening, right, this is like the market, and this is us. If we are basically just dumping water at an incredibly high rate, right, then basically this ends up becoming flat, because this negativity initially happens, but when it gets to the midway point, then it becomes up, and when this part happens, it becomes this, because we got 2 times the ramp, right? So even though we're supposed to have a dip right now, we're jacking in the money while the market's trying to hold us down, but we're basically blowing through it because we have way more interest, right? So you got to keep that in mind, because there's always what's happening on the broader market and then what's happening locally to your stock. Also, this broader market is the Dow, GME, other meme stocks, and I guess the US economy in general. So all of this, and news. Well, actually, news affects us directly, but all of that shit, you have to kind of constantly build this model in your head and then apply it to what's happening with your people, all right? So anyways, that's the broader picture, since we have a moment of teaching here. So here's us dumping money, or this is the end of the dip, but we should expect a dip usually before 11. So, things are good, but keep in mind that it could still go. So we're looking to see weakness. But as we get closer to 11, we should get ramping up our buying power. So if we start at 9, we basically, if this is buyers, and this is 100% gas and 0% gas, it should start like this, and then go like this, and then ramp up like that. So this is kind of like the normal market, whatever. So there'll be a huge buy-in in the morning, right? But this is what it would look like generally if there's no sellers. So this could have been our dip right here. So basically our buyers kind of let off the gas. So if let's say we move this over like that. So this is the gas, the accumulated gas. So they start off tons of gas, sellers and buyers, and then you see the gas kind of goes off right here. And then there's no sellers, so there's no volume, but there's no buyers. And then it just basically ramps up. So this is us plus the market supporting our recovery, if you will. Now, if we were to look at the sellers here, the sellers are usually heavy in the morning, and then they start heavy, then they start from the bottom, and then they ramp up. Usually they're flat till about 10, and then they rapidly ramp up to some point, and then they teeter out, and then the rest of the day happens. And that's usually what triggers the dip. So basically, if you invert this image, it looks like this, right? So when you don't get a sudden V shape around 10:30, but you get some modification of this, it's because the buyers are fighting against the market. If it doesn't show a V, but it ends up going like this or something redonkulous, then that means your sellers are stronger. So it's not the market doing it, it's the local sellers. So your sellers are stronger. But yeah, you got to always keep in mind there's the natural order of things, which is the market, and then there's whatever the hell's happening in your stock, and you got to kind of weigh out both of them. And generally, whatever's happening in your stock is stronger than the market. The market will dictate general direction, but that doesn't mean shit all if people like your stock. GME. So, but when everything is good, GME is good, Dow's good, everything's great, then if your stock is normally underperforming because the market is holding it back, then it's going to take off like a rocket. So if you're a value investor or smart investor, I guess, you would look for things that are unduly held down by what I call a wet blanket. And essentially it just weighs it down and you're just waiting for that weight to lift and then it blasts off and you get a shit ton of money. And we are definitely one of those stocks. As my voice cracks. Hey there, mister. Got a crusty burger. Yeah, so we're definitely like wet blanketing. And I expected our recovery to be a lot earlier. But yeah, I think we're getting there. Yeah. Yeah, this fucker is this stupid robot I hope is gone. Should be gone by now. It's been multiple days. Let's measure this properly. So if the down was 25% over 250 bars, then let's say the recovery starts today. 250 bars is here. Okay, let's see if I can remember that. Okay. So, where's projection? Projection. There's that one. But where's the cool line? There should be a curved line somewhere. There's actual projection, but well, since I can't seem to find it because I'm blind, I will just draw it for the time's sake. So we're here. So there we go. So that's about an equal U shape to this guy here. Yeah. So if that's the case, this is our recovery path. So that puts us at somewhere around getting our money back by the 9th. So what's that? Friday, end of week. I like it. Nice. And actually, end of week is good to be on the upswing because you're going to hit a lot of resistance as we get back to 14, but you're going to have so much energy because you're on the upswing. So it will negate the Friday, basically, the sell-off on Friday. So you'll get a lot of motion and then you'll stop naturally. So that's good. Yeah, we're still on the way up. Excellent. So I'll leave this guy up because if we exceed this line, we'll probably come back down. So like if we go up to here, we'll come back down just because this is the natural order of things. We don't have to follow it, but the likelihood we'll follow this is quite high. So I wish I could find the stupid line because it would make a nice curve for me. And then I would have a proper friggin' curve. Oh, actually, I could do that. So this was a negative 55 angle. So this, oh shit, doesn't work that way. Damn it. I have to do the math and I won't be able to. Okay, negative 55. Okay, and then is there a flip? Damn it. Oh, yes. Good call. Oh, man. Oh, come on. And I may have drawn this correctly, but I think I'm off by a bit. Okay, so I am off by a little bit. So we're looking at potentially that, or even a more relaxed line. So either way, it still brings us to 9, 12, somewhere around there. Oh, this is actually in the middle. Oh, yes, I didn't measured from the midpoint. So, oh yeah, okay, it works out. Right. Good. Okay, so basically the start, or this was kind of like the start-ish, but I could even sharpen it, like get it down to here, 62. And then if I move this over to here, what does 62 look like? 60. Yeah, pretty fucking close. Yeah. So that's even closer. Yeah. So anyway, so the reason you do all these like triple, quadruple confirmation is that if something's true, it's going to show up true multiple times in different formats because each one is just a way of looking at information, but they'll all prove themselves, right? So I just wanted to kind of look at the broader the macro just to get an idea of where we are. So we're still on our way there. So we could probably shut down this stream and walk away and come back in about a week, and we should be up here. Not bad. What does that look like on the larger scale? Yeah, that looks about right. It'll look like this when it's done. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I drew a while ago. There's your U, your U, your U, and your your mega U you got going on here. So either way you slice it, we're about to go on the takeoff stage, which will probably follow this blue line for at least until we hit 14. So, well, it's going to follow the blue line to some extent. I mean, it's not perfect, obviously. So we're looking at the 19th. The 19th at the latest to be back at the 4th. Yeah, so that was my earlier estimate. You know, it might take us a month. Or it might take us 3 days, depending. Yeah, because we're doing pretty good here. But I don't think it's going to be easy to take off. So we don't normally have really good strength midday. Our strength is always in the morning, generally. Or, weirdly, at 1 o'clock or so. Like right near close. There's been some what's it called? What the hell is it? Exceptions to the rule. But you can see if you just look at the time at the bottom, you can see where the time starts, it ramps up. So this one was an all-day run. Same with this one. And this one started at end of day and open. But yeah, most of our damage, our big motion is in the morning. Yeah, 9:30. This one's closing. So open of next day, open. This one was midday, but that's after a crash. This one is end of day, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Yeah. But that's normal. Like most stocks are strongest in the morning. But interesting. All right, well, let that run its course. And that's not helping. Okay, GME is, let's look at its macro. God, that's insane. Just fucking vertical line. Yeah, so this one, because it went up and then it went into another U, that's very unhealthy. But as you can see, it doesn't mean that it can't keep going. But essentially, it should recover, you know, most of this. But because this happened, it basically, this all should all be one piece. So it should be like this if it was a healthy stock without stopping. So the fact that it stopped means that wherever this is going will not go over this side, because if it had 100% energy, it lost some of it, so it's going to go, you know, up 80 or 70% here because it's lost its steam. So you had basically faltering here, and so that showed, I mean, they still pushed up almost 90%, but once you see that, it's a good indication that this isn't going to happen. And the fact that they pushed up really hard, basically then the gravity saying, no, it should only probably go to here, kicked in. And that's exactly what happened. And once that kicked in, well, there's no chance of it going up again. So where is it going to go? And then it's going to find support back at this level, which it did. And then it's going to crash back down. And then it might organically grow up. But those should all be warning signs. So as you're following the stock, you know, it goes up too fast, too quick. But if it was just doing this, it would have been okay. Then it would have came back down to around here, and then it could have went again. But because of this, it basically doomed it to some negativity. Unless it did an organic like this, like stairs, then it would be okay until it hits the 50, the 70, those major resistance lines. And then you would just, you know, have a little dip, off it goes, dip. But that's the nature of the beast. So, with all of that said, I still think GME is going to go down. I think, yeah, it's showing that it's doing a chalice right here. But it's at the part where it should fail. So usually it's about this piece here or this piece here or right here that usually fails on a U shape. So it goes flat for a bit and then it curves before it gets on the ramp. Gets on the ramp, it dies at the 50% mark, or it hits the shoulder, can't get any more steam, and then dies as well. So that's usually the die points. Normally it doesn't die in the curve because the energy is enough to keep it going. If it gets up, if it doesn't even get up, it just dies right away. Yeah. So we'll see how that. I'll leave that up actually. We'll see how that plays. I'm thinking it's going down, but I could be wrong. I'll let the charts tell me. Dow is doing okay. Let's check on EENF. God, look at it go. So it's just going sideways. So this one is going into a wedge or pennant. This is a pennant, a proper pennant. Nice. So my guess is this is going to break down. Just because you have all this negativity, but the Dow and everything is good. It's hard to tell. You see, it had a titanic crash and then an organic growth. There's a lot of energy here, but you are also riding high with a little bit of support. But this is all fresh land, so you really don't have that much support. So we'll see how this plays out, but it's definitely risky. So if you don't like risk, then what you can do is you sell now, and then you basically put a short sell here or a buy long here. And then if it breaks down, you can basically get in. Or if you really want to, get in down here, and that's a guaranteed drop to here. Actually, maybe I'll do that, actually. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Trade, new order. Oh yeah, I can't trade it. Right, fuck. I keep forgetting. Okay, well, so much for that. Okay. Back on the 1 minute chart. And we are... What the hell? Where is... Oh, I see. That's where we are. Got disorientated for a second there. So that's the multi-day ramping up. And that's the multi-day ramping down. And this is the bottom of the U. And here we are. So we should be slowing down. Get zoomed in there. Nope. So as we get higher and higher away from this, there should be more and more selling pressure, and we're seeing that. But the volume is decently steady. So what is going on here? So I think we're just fending off the dip. So I think we're getting the depressing, this is the dip right here, but we have very strong upwards pressure. Yeah, because that could have been the dip here, and there was just no sellers, but normally there would be more volume, right? So maybe this is our attempt at a dip right here, which means as soon as this is over, which is right about now-ish, then we're going to spring up. But again, we don't want to get too far from this blue line, because this red line and this blue line represent our maximum and our minimum, I guess. Or this is kind of closer to an average.
So we're going to kind of want to be in here, I think. Want to mimic this, where we're not too far from... those lines don't hold up too well. Yeah. Yeah. Now I could just lower this. Yeah. Could adjust it by lowering it. Eh. Yeah, let's just get rid of those. I like the U shape better, since that doesn't really help the cause. So we'll see. Either way, I'm up a ton of fake money. Yeah, I'd like to see larger motion. Like, this is pretty garbage. Delete. Delete. So now we have a pennant shape here as well. This one might break down before I can... That's why I like the ray. Rays are good. So yeah, this one's going to probably break down. If I adjust it to where it should be, usually it's one large green or one large red, so it should be that one. And this one, and this one. Yeah, it almost broke down. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have a decision by 11:20. Right here. Okay. And I think that's going to be upwards. So by 11, you have the dip is over, right? So then if we have our seller graph, right? The sellers ramp up if this is 11. They start off slow, they ramp up, and then they kind of die off near 11, right? Then our buyers start strong, ease off the gas, and then kick up around 11, which gives us our dip because the buyers aren't countering the sellers. So with this, we should start to see this happen. And because we're not seeing any U shape, then we know our sellers are weak for some reason. So then we should have, or the market is positive or something. So we should have this should just take off like a rocket as soon as it breaks the channel here. So that is good for us. And if it doesn't break the channel, by the time we hit 11:20, we'll be deep into positivity land. Because this is happening, and then we just get to see the water level. So chances are if I could predict the future, I could know how much the market is going to add to the water level, and we're going to know how much people are going to buy. And if we knew all this, we would know exactly how the market would move. But we don't. So we have to just guess and then confirm with technicals, which basically are summaries of psychology, which here we go. Now, once it gets over this guy, it will go for a run faster, which is happening in 2 more cents. And the world is in order. 1 second, I got an email here. All right. So it took off as expected with an increase of volume. Excellent. Hey, easy peasy. As I've said a few times, it almost is like I know what I'm talking about. Almost. But then I make some shitty ass trades. So it doesn't matter how much you know, you'll still fuck up. But you gotta learn. You gotta learn from them so that you can improve and try not to repeat the same. Whatever dumb steps you took to fuck up, try not going down the same road. You gotta rewire the brain. So yeah, we're all good across the board. So this one here, yeah, this one's still doing its thing. So it's still unsure if it's going to go up or down. Yeah, I would have said this is the pennant, but it looks like it's going to keep going. So here, this is a good example of like, if you're looking at historical data, right? I would say, oh, here's the pennant based on the data I know. But then when you see the data, this isn't right. This isn't a breakout. It didn't go up. It's slowly trickling out. So that's a good example of, you're just trying to figure out what's going on based on what you see, but it's all old information. The market is going to play out how it wants to play out. And if we were to reverse time, it would play out the same way every single time based on all the cause and effect and all the people pushing buttons. So you're trying to get ahead of that by predicting the future. So in this case, there is a pennant shape here, but I don't know where the tops of the bottom are. Well, the fact that it told me based on this that we're not in a pennant shape, I know that I have to adjust this somewhere. So I know we're going to collapse at some point, so I can adjust it to the newest top, right? I could keep the existing bottom, but then we would have already broken out, so that doesn't work. So I have to adjust it somewhere. I could try using one of the bottoms here and one of these guys, or this and this. So maybe that. But that's a quick way of you're adjusting, or you take a broad shot at the target, and as you get more and more and more and more information, you can tighten and tighten and tighten it to get the correct answer, right? So now the good news is, regardless of whatever lines we draw on the screen, the likelihood of going down has minimized greatly. Now you could just say, well, the chart shows it's going up, obviously, but when you're in a pennant shape, the chances of busting down or busting up are severe. Like you're going to have a severe price motion. So it's dangerous, if you will. So we will see. Yeah, see, when you draw it, it looks right, but when you actually use lines, it doesn't look right. Anyways, so now there's a good chance of a break up. And then you also have these guys here. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a possibility. So we'll see how that plays out. And then once it plays out, we can then redraw the pennant, and it will show us exactly where the line is. But on the most broad sense, we can at least say the stock should lower its volume. It should be charging up, waiting for a breakout. Once it hits the breakout, it's going to hit the gas and fly in one direction. Now it's at the top of what could be a pennant, or it is a pennant, but it's at the top-ish maybe. When it exceeds the top, it will go flying. So that's all we know right now. But we'll have to see how it plays out. And if that doesn't happen, then we know news or something, or the Suez Canal or France or yields, something has happened. And then we know to get the hell out of the way until we can figure out what's going on. And then that's the game you're constantly playing in the back of your head. So yeah, we broke channel and we're flying and we're not showing any slowdown. Look at that volume. Exactly as I said it would be. It's very nice. I can't predict volume, but when it happens, it happens. So I know what should happen. It's just a matter of getting that commitment. And that is impossible. Maybe one day I'll learn to predict volume. I do know, like, when a stock's going good, then people pile in. So that is kind of a bit of a volume prediction. Just like we should see more and more volume on the way up of this curve here that I think I accidentally deleted like an idiot. Yes, I did. Fuck. Okay, I'll redraw it later. Anyways, this is good. A little bit of resistance. This is technically a red, which is fine if we go back to our Gantt box. So basically that's 25% retraction, so that's super healthy. Actually, it's quite good. So that means we're going to go running even further. Yeah, if I put it there. So that's good. And actually I could adjust that to there. Yep. So this is your just a quick way of showing where things naturally fall to. Technically you could use it to show where they're going to grow to, but you can't really use it to predict the future because you don't know where the ceilings are. So if you do know, kind of have an idea, like we know that 1102 is a ceiling, right? You can kind of use this because you can say, okay, if 1102 is the ceiling, and 02 is the ceiling, then, oh, there we go. Then we should see this play out. So it will basically, if we start from the point of resistance, which is, let's say, here, it's going to, every time it hits one of these lines, it's going to slow down a bit. And when it gets to the 0.5, it's going to try to go above or below it. So we'll see how that plays out. And I'll just catch up on the chat now that I have a moment. I'll let this run its course. Okay, scroll. It only goes back to 1025. Okay. That sucks. Stairs are a broken escalator. Yeah. Surprise Pikachu. Okay, a lot of religious stuff. Some van offerings. Okay, so there's the 0.5. So see, it's going to push back. Now, it doesn't actually have to complete in the minute. We're watching it. So it pushed back. That's going to give it the energy to go up. So now it's going to continue. And that's why I hate looking at a dead chart. That's why I like looking at it while it goes, because you would have missed that, right? So it tested the 0.5 and got pushed back. And that proves this box is likely correct. And see, watch, it should stop at the 6.18. It just did. Now it should either stop here or get pushed all the way back to 382. If it does stop at the 5, which it shouldn't because we have good volume, it will get pushed up to 382 or 618 in the next tick, in the next 28 seconds. But anyways, my point is that this motion that we're seeing proves that there is probably a line here at 1102, which our other technical analysis says there is, right? So now we will see this play out. So the guess has been proven by the data coming in, which then solidifies other guesses. So, yeah. Now this one's a little odd. See how it's off? Now that might mean that either, oh yes, my bottom's off. That's why. Something's wrong. Okay, there we go. My bottom was off. So when the data doesn't line up, right, it means there's something wrong. Now, this is at 1103. Let's bring this to 11. Nope. If we drag it up, 1104. So, somewhere around here. So, I don't know quite where. Maybe it doesn't know either. Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. This one seems to be the closest. I rather have this red stop at 0.5 or not at all. So if we just keep slowly dragging this up, we might see, oh, that might be it right there. See how that touches the 0.5? Oh, that actually is pretty good. Well, let's see how that plays out. What's that? 1120? Yeah. Let's see where that goes to. 1 month auto. Yeah, that's that one. Yeah, so that is definitely that's the one of the major resistance lines or support lines. The tops of these guys. It's this guy right here. Yeah, look at that. So anyways, yeah, so if you do technical analysis, it's all going to come together. Things will prove things over and over and over and over again. So that's why I like drawing those resistance lines everywhere to try to keep it in perspective. Whereas I just kind of went backwards this time. So I guessed based on what I saw. Then the stuff proved what I was saying was right. But then I noticed with more data that it's not quite right. So I adjusted it, which then proves the resistance line, which those ones are easy to spot. You just look for the peaks and the valleys. So you saw I went from the ass in instead of the front down. So we could have just made this black line and then dragged this down here, but we wouldn't know where to stop. Is it going to be here? So this one lines up decently as well, which makes sense because that's our line. And if we drag it to this one will line up good as well. Yeah, see the slowdown at the 0.5? Yeah, so you got kind of two things going on here. One that's going to this red line where we are now, and then we're going to have a kind of a breakout. Oh, we already have. Oh, shit. To 1120. Let's get rid of this. So, yeah, you got two things getting completed. The first one was to get us to here, or at least here. And now we have another one that's going to get us to here. They're two separate entities, if you will, because there's a support line here. But we're looking at it from one giant picture. So that's why there's a little bit of confusion. But the good news is we know that it's going to close the gap because it's close. This is way too small. There's nothing in between it. So it's nothing but Millhouse. Now, once we get over this, this will give us some support. So that's good. Where are we going to stop next? 5-day. Fucking. Okay, 20. Here. let's say here-ish. So these are hard because there's no definitive bottom. Generally, a slope like this isn't going to give us much problem. This here will be something, but where? It could be here, 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 or here, or here, or there, or that one. So this will give us, I guess, a little bit of chop, but I don't know where the hell it's going to stop us. This one will give us trouble, and these, and these. And right now we're kind of in here. So if I put that one and that one, these are the strongest ones. Technically, every top and every bottom gives you some form of resistance. So you can think of them as when there's a lot, they add up or subtract. Sorry, they add up. So if you have a ton of weak, or you just have a ton of tops and bottoms on the same line, that's going to add up to something that's strong. If you have a sharp valley or a sharp peak, then that's also a strong one just by its nature. If you have a lot of sharp peaks, that's going to be very strong because it's basically you have something that is physically strong by its nature and the fact you have a lot of them, right? So you can think of it that way. And then the psychology of that is that if you have, say, 3 peaks, they're all at the same number. Let's say they go to 10. The psychology is nobody wants to go past 10. They always sell. That's why you get a peak. It goes up, it goes down, right? So if that happens, you're going to have a very strong ceiling because people keep selling and there's no stomach to go past 10. Thus, you see a bunch of peaks. Now, if the buyers are strong, you're going to see them punch against the ceiling, and then they're going to get closer and closer and closer and closer until they go over. What's more likely to happen is that it's going to hit the ceiling, and then collapse on the third time going down, which is that whole thing we talk about all the time with the 3 kings and the... well, though the 3 kings are usually escalating, but it's the... it's that where it hits the line 3 times thing I show often. And same thing with selling. If it's going down, you hit a valley, so it hits a bottom, it hits a bottom, it hits a bottom. So there's no stomach. So the sellers are now gone, so you can really just only go up. But if you had that much energy hitting the bottom, you might then start rolling out and you go flat, and then you eventually bleed to death, basically, which we experienced that last week, right? There was no stomach to go any lower here, right? So it just kept going, and then you just drop down, and drop down. So, yeah. Anyways, so it all comes together. So, going back to support and resistance lines here, the very easiest is just to take the peaks and the floors, and then look for shared areas where you have multiple things. Especially like where it does this, these ones will be very strong because obviously it went up so fast, but that's where we stopped. There was no way to go any higher. And there's no, like there is over here, but let's just say there is no other support and resistance. So these guys stand on their own, which means there's strong conviction. Whereas these guys are built from all the other guys from the history. So they don't have to be as strong by themselves because they have the group effort, right? Whereas these ones have to be strong because they stand alone. But as we learnt here, when there's not a lot of support, right? You're standing alone and you're not a really strong valley or peak, which this guy and this guy, then what happens is you get a collapse because you just fall through the air, right? So you got to keep that all in mind when using support and resistance lines, which we're currently, you can see we're hitting this one here. So we're batting against these guys here. Yeah. Anyways, so this is going to take a while, but hopefully we, oops, I want to hit auto. Yeah, so hopefully we just keep bouncing against it, but we keep trickling up. So if this is a line for whatever reason, we'll basically do this, That'll be the second time. Then we'll do this, and then we'll break through either the third time, which should be here. Yeah, actually, that should be the time it breaks through, actually. We don't need this. So there. So you do that. And what we want to avoid is going below here, or worse here. And then we should have our breakout. And the fact that we showed a ramp up of volume is good. The sell volume's kind of high here, but that's expected as we get closer to each of these lines. That's a little too high for my liking, especially because it's not touching the line. But that could have been, it hit the line and then there was just a sell-off that took a bit of time. But with this kind of volume, I don't know. So that's not positive. That might have signaled the end. Oh, you know what? It probably was because we got to 11, right? Oh, it's probably, 11. So we probably got over 11, and then you have a sell-off because you touched the line, and then you have a sell-off because we came back under 11. That's about what it is. Yeah. So that makes sense because that touched the line, and then this one would have been small, and then it would have grown big because it went under 11. Yeah. But this is also why I like to stare at the chart in real time, because you need to need to see into people's minds to be able to predict the stock, right? So anyways, that's why I can't bet on more than one horse at a time, because you end up missing that, right? But right now we're looking okay. Looks like we're going to go into a pennant shape, which hopefully is a break up. But I don't know. Not looking good. Volume's tapered off. Oh, man. This one is going to go for a second roll. Fuck. So there's this dip in its recovery, and then it's slowly bleeding to death. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to take the loss. All right. Okay. That one's not coming back. Especially now that it just started to go red. It's like 2 inches away from collapsing, so, and then once it gets under these guys, it's free falling. So that technically is too high risk. I shouldn't play in it, but this is paper money, so I don't care. Now this would have been a good one to double down. So I got pooched overnight because of a gap up, the market's good and all that sort of stuff. But this stock will basically die a horrible death sooner than later. If it goes too long, then the stock will probably, like AMC, the stock is going to recover the majority of its money. It'll eventually be worth $70. It's just not worth it now. So you're kind of in a race between the short term and the long term. But I think the short term is going to win out. Plus, I'm only right here. So if you basically, every time it goes up, double down, then you're basically, like when you're short selling, just keep buying more every time it goes up. You'll bring up your average, and then basically when it crashes, then you can get out, and then it goes through its proper recovery. So that's my bet here. I'm basically betting long term short. Yeah. Then this thing is going down to like $40 or so. Because yeah, the stock loses $200 million a year, and this thing barely. It's barely solvent. Like they're basically running on invested money. So one hiccup, one bad news, one roadblock, and this thing will go into oblivion. And then it will grow because it has a good company that generates billions of dollars. But even though they're making billions, they're only taking home negative 200 million. So there's a problem there, right? even our shit-tastic company makes 200 million. You know, they're at least cash flow positive. So, anyways. Yeah, it doesn't know what it wants to do. So there's your breakout from your wedge. And that should take us up to 1126. So then this will be the second bounce will be somewhere coming up. And then we'll probably hit it one more time and then hopefully go through. And then if that's the case, we'll add another 3%. So that's an easy 3% if you buy in at 1125. Yeah. You could even buy in now and get 5% from 1174. Yeah. Now, when we hit about 30%, we're going to probably slow down. So 30% is $12. So this is probably going to be our max for today, somewhere in here. Just because these are going to give us some trouble. And we're already at 18%. So what we want to see is probably get us into here, and then we retract, or we retract to somewhere around here. Or worst case, here. But we want to be above this, because if we retract now, we got nothing but net, right? It's not a good spot. We want to get up. Let's see. See what happens. Oh, Tatty. Big oof. Yeah, I've been short selling it. I made like a killing the other day. Just lost 34,000. Wait. No, that one's still open. Oh, that's an open position. I was like, whoa. Yeah, I got 21,000 on AMC. History. Where's my account history? So I lost $4,000 on that one. That was gold, $8,000, $4,000. Oh, here it goes. $600, $200. Then I lost $3,000. Neutral, 100. Yeah. So, anyways, the stock market, you win some and you lose a lot. I need to start minimizing my losses by closing early, but that's just a personal problem I gotta solve. What's this one? Viacom? Did I short sell Viacom? No, it's a buy. Oh, I have a Viacom going up. When did I buy? Here. Was I right? Viacom, when did I open this position? Oh, right here. It did, and then it promptly shit the bed. So that was a proper bet that I needed to close. Yeah. Oof. Oof, Viacom. They'll probably recover. So this would be a good dollar cost average. I don't think they're done going down, though. Okay, well, we'll just let that one roll. That's the nice thing about stocks, unlike options. You can just let it... Oh yeah, I bet on Ford the other day, too. There you go. I bet on Ford down here. And pretty decent reward. Yeah, there was an unduly sell-off, right? And I'm like, you know what? Ford's going to come out of this. It's basically depressed. So how many percent did I make on Ford? 3%. Not fucking bad. Only 500 shares, but you get the idea. I was running out of money. So I started at 100K. I'm now 103K. Not bad. If I didn't lose 8K due to bad trades, we would be doing better. So we're still putting along here. Okay, so this is just a waiting game. Um, okay. Yeah, we're still going along. I might actually go and get some food because we are not going to stop anytime soon. Now we should keep running till at least 12, and then who knows after that. Let's see, 25. Okay, just spam Facebook. All right. I'm gonna grab something to shove in my mouth. So this is us showing weakness, and now we want to avoid going past where we are right now. Actually, hopefully we get support. It's possible that we hit our peak because we're up so high. But I'm thinking this is more just people profit taking because we are so high. But it doesn't look like we're done yet. The volume doesn't say we're done. The shape doesn't say we're done. So we're just not going quick enough. So people are profit taking. $20,000. Tasty. And we're not done yet. Okay. I'll get some food and I will come back. And we'll just keep this party rolling. All right, money in the bank. Fuck this stock. Sink, Roblox, sink. You're killing me. Yeah, I think it's gonna keep going. GME. GME is peaking. But that's a nice organic growth right there. So that's pretty solid. And they're only hitting resistance because of this here. So yeah, they're basically doing the same thing as us. They're going through the same growth. Okay. All right. I'll get food and be BRB. All right. Ah, it's good to have 30% of my money back.
All right, I'm back. So we're going sideways with no breakout. So now that we're getting closer to 12, basically if we get past 12 with no positivity, then we're going to collapse. And that's going to be our peak for today. So I would actually move my stop limit probably to 1082 and then get out. Yeah, I was thinking about Zach. Somebody always hits. We always get one dislike. Always somebody. But what is it? Zach's $5. He never shows up when we go up 30%. The guy just only shows up on the good days. And the Dow looks like it's charging up. Okay. Jeez, look at it go. So yeah, so there's your pennant shape, and the breakout was right here. But you see the difference, right? It's like blasts off. It could have even been that the breakout was here. So basically, or it's like the pennant shape is supposed to be like this. But you could argue that it was a little sharper. And this is the breakout, went too far, came back. But there you go. And then it's going into a second one here. But yeah, that is much better. Excuse me. Than we were trying to do earlier. Oop, it's not what I wanted. I want Ray. Thank you. So if we took these two, see, that would have been wrong. And if we took this one, it's a whole bunch of wrong. So the pennant was basically built off of not even these two. Yeah, these two. But yeah, you can see how it would have been impossible for us to guess. So this one is kind of right. The bottoms were good. The tops are not right. So for that to be correct, we basically would have needed to see a little bit more positivity here. But see, there's no way for us to know that. So yeah, you could basically just draw lines and say, well, when we're getting near the bottom here, there's risk. But you don't know where the top is, so you don't know when the breakout's going to be. But yeah, when it got past this line, right, then you have the resistance lines, and then that's what's happened here. So that's what's going on, and that's what's going on here. So you have multiple technicals working, right? The pennant shape, and then because we don't know where the top is, we can rely on the these things, the support lines and stuff, to figure that all out. Okay, it's making me money. That one is going sideways. So this one looks like it's forming a top here. So if I don't know if there's a line here. This is 1107. There probably is.
So if this comes back for a third time, we want to see it go through. If it doesn't, then I'm going to close my position because it's going to probably go down. You get like 3 tries banging against something. So this is going to make potentially 3 kings if it goes up here, which means we'll channel upwards. But what most likely is going to happen is we'll end up making a crown. We won't bang against the ceiling, and then that will bring us down to here. But it may cause us to overdo it. But yeah, the psychology is basically, as I said earlier, if you can't get over a certain line by about the 3rd time, you basically fail because it just can't do it. And humans work on 3s. And apparently nature too, which, humans are part of. Yeah. Well, yeah, I do need to buy this. Like, holy fuck, son, eh? Like, the thing's almost at $1, and when I last looked at it, it was like $3. Like, or 3 cents. So, like, that's 250 times your money in, like, the span of 3 days. That's just nuts. Nuts. Fortunately, all my money is stuck in here. Okay, so it looks like we're about to go under. So I'm going to close this position. Okay, so I'm out. And I just banked my 20K. Bam. All right. So there's everybody else hitting the sell button. And if it gets below here, we're going to go for a little bit of a drop. So I could take a quick gamble and do sell. I'm going to short sell on the way down. So I'll do a quick one here. Normally you should short sell on the green because here there might be a little bit of green that will rebound for this red. And then if you short sell the top of the green, you're pretty much guaranteed if it's going to recover quickly, you've already seen it. And if it doesn't recover, then you got the best price possible before it crashes. So. Yeah. Well, yeah, the U.S. military doctrine on 3s it stems from, well, I don't know if it directly stems, but it just stems from how wolves hunt. So they learned a long time ago when you're chasing like a deer, like I explained I think a while ago, if this is your deer and this is your wolves, you do an inverted V like this. If the deer and the wolves are equal speed, then as long as the deer runs perfectly straight, you can't catch it, right? And so what this wolf does is it keeps this deer running forwards until it tires out or whatever, but it doesn't chase full speed, it just follows. Whereas these wolves run as fast as they can and they try to get beside the deer. If the deer veers to the left or the right, then it's not putting all of its momentum into the forward motion, which means this deer gets closer, or sorry, this wolf gets closer, and these wolves, the deer is moving towards them. So they're just going to run perfectly straight, and this deer is going to waste some of its energy turning, and that means they're going to close the gap. Then he's going to turn away, and then basically they just keep running straight, and as the deer zigzags, they end up getting in front of the deer, or right beside it, and then this guy closes the gap, and then these guys turn into the deer, but because they're ahead of the deer, they can turn in without, the problem. And then they're fully encircled the deer, and the deer's fucked. And it's the same thing with all forms of... I just killed the technicals. Not this one. It's the same thing with military attacking an object. So they always did it with, it was used to be twos. You would have one pin and the other flank, but then the third is the commander, who basically, that's a newer thing. It used to be one-on-one originally, like samurai fights, sword fights. Then they realized 2-on-1, if you flank, then you have an advantage, and that's like World War I tactics, medieval tactics, flanking with cavalry, colonial kind of deal. They decided, head-on fighting is kind of stupid, flank. And then they got smart, and they're like, well, if you do it with 3, now this guy has to split his forces, and so you have, I don't know, let's say 20% or 30%, 30%, 30%, when you have 100, 100, 100. And they may not split perfectly. So let's say they put 80 here and 20 on this side. Then you have a disadvantage here, but a huge advantage here. So you double down and crush through this direction. Now it's 80 versus 300 minus a few losses. And then they're basically overrun, when previously they might have been able to survive if they divided their forces properly. But anyways, yeah, so yeah, 3s. It's weird how 3s show up everywhere. SWAT teams, 3's the minimum size. Front, and then this guy is your backup, and this is your commander or your side cover. You can only cover basically 45 degrees. So the front guy, and then there's your 2 guys. Or he's your rear. Or he's your pin, he's your flank, and he's your support. And then that way you have 2 versus 1 at any given time. So these 2 attack, and this guy then pins. So you're always outnumbering the enemy. Whereas if you have 2 people, he could defeat the 1-on-1, then defeat the 1-on-1. But the 2-on-1, he'll probably lose. And if you really have to, you can do 3-on-1, and he'll definitely lose. So, yeah, it works. Interesting tactics. And then as a random note, outside of stocks, if you're to engage a squad, you can take out about 5, let's say 4 people, maybe 5 if you're really good, before they'll return fire and probably kill you. So if there's 5 people walking down the road, and they're relatively close together, and they're not in like deep cover, so they're just out in the open of a field or something, or dirt, let's say dirt, they can't hide when they go prone. You hit the first guy, by the time you hit this, so let's say you're perfectly shooting too. You hit the first guy, there's a shock, they're like, what just happened? Then you hit the second guy, now they realize that 2 people have been hit, they're under attack. You hit the third guy, and now they realize, okay, we're under attack, and it's probably this direction. Then you hit the 4th guy, but at this point they might be returning fire. And then you could get the 5th guy, but at this point they're definitely returning fire. And that's kind of the same thing with the stock market or anything. You're cooking, you burn your hand, you're like, ow. Then you do it again, you're like, ow, that's the pan that burnt my hand. Now you know where it's coming from. So the 3rd time you just touch it lightly, damn, that pan's hot. But by the 2nd time you know there's something up. The 1st time catches you off guard. The 2nd time you know, and the 3rd time you test. And then the 4th and 5th time you're engaging it. So the same thing with the stock market. The 1st time catches everyone off guard. The 2nd time confirms it. The 3rd time is you testing. And then the 4th and the 5th are the follow-up action. So when we have a resistance line, right? Here, the 1st time we're like, oh, we can't get through. Okay. Or no, something happened. Oh, we can't get through. Okay. Now we go for the 3rd. And this is when we, engage. Or we get pushed back and we're like, we really can't get through. And then the 4th and the 5th is that. or the fourth and the fifth is that. You follow through, right? So, anyways, because humans run the stock market, right? So, how humans react is exactly how the stock market reacts, minus the robots. So, but the robots are programmed by humans, so same boat, right? So it's good to know. Yeah, and actually they did a study, ES, that they found that when a sniper hovers a scope over a person, the person can feel it. I forget what the numbers were, but I think it was like 23% of people accurately predicted when someone had a scope over them. So there's a weird innate trait that humans have from our primal years that when someone is observing you, it's like you can sense the person observing you. Whether it is, whether it is some type of, something or another, but more likely the glint of your sniper rifle or optics is probably subconsciously being picked up. And that's probably what's triggering it, right? But because those are unnatural, glints don't exist in nature for the most part. So, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Army Rangers basically light spec 4, which is nice. Yeah, we should have buyers after lunch. Yeah, the Rangers are good. They take the grunt out of grunts. Yeah. Pretty much Canada's forces are pretty much all what the US would consider Rangers. We don't have enough, so we just train everybody up to Rangers level, if you will. And then we specialize them into whatever the hell we need. But we don't have like a sea of mindless riflemen, if you will, that hold, or I mean technically that's our reservists, but reservists are a whole different boat. They're not trained. Well, you know all this, but anyways, yeah. So, because when I started comparing other militaries, I was like, what, and then it's like, oh, and this is why whenever Canada does like trials with the states, and we play the Red 4, we tend to win. But it's basically they got weekend warriors and grunts going against Rangers, basically. And if all your troops are Rangers, well, fuck, you got some pretty solid troops there. Then you toss in some specialists, and then you got, true Spec 4 in with a bunch of badassery. Oh, the grunts have no fucking chance, right? But it's all what you're trying to do with your army. That's the Russians won with idiot peasants, right? Now the casualties were high, but they won just by sheer manpower. So it all depends on your tactics. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. You got it. Yeah, I'm playing. What is it? Steel Division 2, which is Eugen Systems, which is the Iris Zoom. They've made like 100,000 games using their stupid map zooming software. But you're fighting against the Russians, and holy fuck, it's like. So I played as the Russians, and you basically, it's nice to have troops, because if you have a lot of people that suck, you're getting a lot of eyeballs. So you're getting a lot of battlefield coverage, a lot of intelligence. You can see what's going on. It doesn't cost you much money to spread all these people everywhere and hide machine guns everywhere, so you can ambush everywhere, right? You have 1 million tanks, so you can have them in 1 million different places, because battlefield control is a big thing. And that's what the Americans learned in World War II. The Germans would beat them with their tanks every time. But when you have 20 tanks, your tanks are in places where their tanks aren't, and your tanks will kill their infantry, guaranteed. So you're winning all these battles and losing the 1 or 2 tank battles, right? To which they just bomb them with airplanes, and ta-da, you win. So there's a balance between. That's why we have light, medium, and heavy tanks. There's a role for everything to play. But playing as the Russians, it's like, holy fuck! It's like you can field thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and the Germans have like 10. And you're like, holy fuck. But then the Germans with one MG42 cuts down, hundreds of people. One group of 6 people are murdering 100. So, but eventually you run out of bullets, or eventually that 100 is 200 or 300, and you can't shoot fast enough. And it's like, oh my god. So it's interesting to see that perspective, to see that, craziness. Now, modern technology deals with that. Cluster munitions, beehive rounds, human wave tactics are completely negated nowadays. They only work in urban environments now. But it was just interesting. I played a lot of military games, but it was nice to see that perspective from kind of a... Yeah, because this game focuses a lot on battlefield control. So it's all about maintaining a front line, areas of control. It's not like a normal RTS where you just go out and try to destroy the enemy. There's a lot of value in just hiding troops in forests. And there's a lot of value in just observing versus engaging. And so definitely the Russians take the cake. But then playing as the Germans, you're outnumbered. You're outgunned for the most part in when the Soviets counteroffensive. That T-34 is fucking deadly. Like, most German armor is quite thin compared to the Tiger and the Jägerpanzers. They're tank hunters. And basically that T-34 destroys pretty much everything from Panzer IV down. So you got all these useless fucking tanks that are good for nothing. But your tanks drive faster, shoot more accurately. So you have to just hide your tanks. And then the Russians, with their like peasants driving their tanks, you flank them, you get behind them. Like, it's the veterancy is really what saves you as the Germans. But then 500 fucking Russians come out of the trees, and it's like, oh god. So, and then you don't even have enough rounds, and it's not easy. So the Russians had a lot going for them. Fuck it. Yeah, the T-34 is not bad. Yeah, at range, nothing goes through it. And its round punches through, I think, 120 millimeters of armor. Most German tanks are under 80 millimeters until you get into the Tiger, which I think is 110. So, and then when you get into like the late war, the Jägerpanzers and the Coin Tiger and all that, nothing gets through it. But then it's so easy to bomb, and then this is like a battleship. You get too big, and then you're easy to just blow up with bombs. So, yeah, no tank will hurt you, but we'll just hide in the forest and call in an airstrike. So this is why super big tanks don't exist anymore, because obviously they're super easy to kill. Even today, a smart bomb will blow anything, including an Abrams. But who's gonna smart bomb a Abrams tank? You'd have to get through 10,000 piles of Air Force screening, and a whole lot of things would have to go wrong before that happens. Yeah. Enemy at the Gates was good. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I played like a lot of first-person shooters, Red Orchestra. I get the perspective of fighting as Russian troops, and I understand their force composure and how it's structured. But rarely do you get to command and even the close combat series I've played as Russians. But rarely do you get the I guess the Russian troop composure was completely suited for combat in the Russian countryside. The way they structured their troops, everyone had a machine gun. The style and the motorcycle corps, it was all about mobility. It was all about controlling land, getting as many people as possible to the front and overwhelming them with speed. Basically blitzkrieg, but with more people. And it was just interesting because the game actually focuses on that. Whereas in a first-person shooter or close combat or any type of urban fighting, it's more about positioning and tactical control versus the battlefield control, which, is like 50 kilometers either direction kind of deal, right? So, anyways, it was just interesting as we're waiting for this stock to run its course. It was an interesting intellectual pursuit. But yeah, combat and warfare is probably my most strongest suit. Stock trading is probably on a scale of 100. I'm probably about 60, maybe, on a stock trading. Combat, I could lead an army with my eyes closed. The only thing I suck at is grand strategy. So balancing economy, money, timing the new troops coming in. I don't have a lot of experience with that. But anything from medium, so theater level down, I can do. Regiments, blocking maneuvers, positioning. Now I kind of get a little shitty when, you have to hold because the reinforcements are coming in 3 days. That kind of balance, not very good. As you get lower and lower and lower down to close quarter combat, squad combat, I get better and better and better since I just have years and years of experience. But yeah, it's just what I enjoy, I guess. The primal human, we can't hunt anymore. We can't kill each other. So we find other outlets, acing it on the stock market for money or going out and buying things at discount, hunting for deals. It's just the application of our primal traits. Buy a big car so you can feel safe and strong, or impress the ladies, which is the same as having colorful feathers. We don't have colorful clothing, right? We don't have feathers, so we dress ourselves in feathers. We are achieving the same thing, just, you can sing, you can dance, you have a trait that's attractive, right? Yeah, it's interesting. So this is just running its course. But at least we had a good punch in the morning. That's nice. And this should turn around the negative slope. So we tried a breakout, and then we had a really blah day. Now we're getting another breakout, 13%, not 30. But that should start to solidify the upward motion of this U shape that we're waiting on. It's good. Get my money. So when this hits the bottom again, I'm probably going to close the short position. It might gap down to here. Well, maybe I'll just let it go and I'll watch it. And this one, I hope somebody got out of NIO or RIP. And GME is kind of going flat, but they have gone down since I went and got food, as expected. Because again, this negativity, it's not good. basically you got stunted. So even though you want to make a U, and you pretty much got there, the fact that you're delaying on your way up shows you won't get it. Like here. So this, well, maybe this, but this is kind of part of the bottom, so it doesn't really count. Anytime you go sideways is what you're looking for, and you're not following the U shape, that basically slowly detracts the ultimate height you can get. Because this is like over the span of 5 minutes, so you got 5 minutes. So every time you go sideways, you can basically, your ultimate height gets retracted either via the time, or you can think of it as subtraction from all the reds or sideways motion. Yeah. And then the inverse is true. So if this is your graph, right, and this is what's happening, if you get pulled more sideways, you look like that, but you can also get pulled quicker. So you have to kind of take the delta between this, and if this is your U shape, trajectory, then you add or subtract. So if you go up too high, then adjust the U shape to go like this, kind of making an average. But also too, if you go up too high or down too low, remember that the U shape, it's going to draw you towards it. So there's that as well. So it'll probably come back. But when you go sideways, that's a negative. When you're going straight up, that's a positive. So you have to kind of weigh out the ultimate height of the line. So a line that goes like this, when you're expecting this, say this is the top. If you have this, you're going to exceed the top because you have all this positivity that is missing. So you're going to get, let's say, probably to here, right? And then if you had a chart that drags out like this, well, you have all of this negativity, and then basically your top is going to be here then. So anyways, that's kind of the anatomy of a U shape. Not that you guys wanted to know, but just because my brain's working today, I might as well explain these things. And we got time. Good. So short sell in all of these bad boys. Okay, so this one might go for a technical breakout. So I'm going to close this position. If it goes here, then we might have a W. So, right. So this one didn't get down to here, which is a great sign. If it gets over this line, then basically we'll go up. Then we have to figure out if we're going to go over this here. So then you can do a buy from here to basically here and be guaranteed some dollars, which is happening right now. Create a new order, buy, go. Okay. Good. So now I'm on the breakout line. Okay. Good. Woo, Dow's just flying off the handle. God, this stock is ridiculous. Okay. So this is our post 12 o'clock. Yep. So we might get our buyers coming in as we get closer to 1. Good, good, good. Oh. And since we were talking about Russian tanks, I don't have a lot of experience with Russian armor. Mainly my experience with Russian has been Red Orchestra and like the Close Combat series. But the Russian armor in Close Combat, and actually I guess Steel Panthers, it's modeled properly, but you don't really get a sense of armor penetration or thickness. You just know like whoever shoots first generally wins. unless you shoot a light tank against a heavy tank, and then, well, nothing's happening. But the ILS-2, the Joseph Stalin, I think it is. Holy fuck, that thing is unbelievably armored. Like nothing gets through that except for the 88, and that's basically the Germans' trump card. But holy crap, it's like I think it's 160 millimeters of armor, or maybe even 200 millimeters. Like unbelievable. Thing is unbelievable, and its cannon basically goes through I think 110 millimeters, so it blows through a Tiger at point blank, which means if you're pounding a Tiger front, you're basically going to hurt it, blind it, or potentially break it. But they can't even touch you, so you can just keep driving at them. Like, oh man, so good. Those were the great days when you could just drive around a tank and know that no one's going to blow you up. Those days are done. You can hit a tank about 16 kilometers away. I think it's the range of a Hellfire. Or at least ground radar on most aircraft and or helicopters. Engagement range might be 8 kilometers. Or it's 20 for radar and 16 to engage. And then shoulder launched and squad launched is 2 kilometers. Some of them can go up to 5. So you're just a little tank driving down a road, and 5 kilometers away, someone waxes you. You're gone. And Abrams cannon is 2 to 5 kilometers, I believe, for its engagement range. But after 5 kilometers, the tungsten penetrator doesn't really have enough kinetic energy to do anything. But then you just use a heat round, and it doesn't matter. There's no range limit on a heat round. Good times. I haven't played a good tank game in a while. I'm too busy with my STONKS. So this is showing weakness on our lovely W. So that's not good. So it's a little too early to tell, but basically it completed here. I kind of wanted it to complete here, but that could have been the halfway mark of this guy, right? So this is it rolling, but the roll stopped, so that's good. So usually it's the halfway mark, or it rolls right here, like at the bottom of a U. So right here, here, or here, the shoulder. Yeah. But then you also, if you have this shape and it rolls, and then it comes out of the roll, right, that could be your W, depending on the severity of this, right? So yeah, one pattern can make another pattern that goes into the next pattern, and this one here, essentially, as long as the bottoms are not deeper each time, could then go into a W, but it's still completing a giant U shape. It was just a little too excited, got shot down, right? So it's, you got to keep this all in perspective. So with this, the macro is probably a U, right? We got a W here. We rolled, which means this point here is a resistance line where we are right now, 78, because we rolled at that point. If this or this is our potential top for our W, but judging by what just happened, I was expecting it to go up more, but I'm thinking, based on what we saw, this was the top right here. We rolled, and now we're going to bounce off the ceiling 2 more times, and then we'll have our breakout. So there's your rule of threes. Then that will be the completed W. And see, I did worry about a crown shape, and that did happen, see? So there's your 1, your 2. This one didn't go up as high, but it did collapse to the crown, right? And that's always the risk. Once you exceed the profit, once these people all start seeing negatives, they bail. And then that forces your downwards without mercy. Now, I would have expected it to kind of stop, but you see there's no support here, so we could have technically fallen all the way to here. But it's a positive day, so between this point and this point, you're basically going to free fall until you hit some other resistance line, which is this guy right here, I bet. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. So when you're here, you're like, okay, the chances of getting a crown are high. If we do get a crown, it brings us to here. What happens next? Well, there's no support, so we free fall to here. So the second you start seeing negativity here, this whole area is step out of the way, unless you're going to short sell. Because it's definitely not going to be positive. You're going to get some type of negativity. So that's kind of how you... that's the best you can do for predicting, the market. $51 million? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, damn. Oof. Where's my phone? Okay, all is good in the hood. So, we're just going to let this run its course. Oh, man. Well, if you shorted at what price? 1066? Oh my god. Bad time. Yeah, you got to wait for it to show hesitation. So 1090 you could have, but this is your hesitation, right? So then you short here, and then it's just a matter of time. And then after this point, I would be unsure. I'd probably close my position here. And then here, I would have thought it would go up. I probably would not be able to short this. But as soon as I saw the 3 kings, then the crown, basically, I'm out. I knew that was going to happen. But I honestly had no idea what was happening right here. Because that's the stock market didn't know either, right? It wants to go up, no. Wants to go up, no. But see, this no, the second no is bigger than the first no. So now something's up. And then the third one, it didn't even get up, it just collapsed. So then right at this point here, when you're starting to collapse, this is going to be a really loud no. Because there was no yes. But yeah, that's why you see this, is because this is when the stock market knows what it's doing or wants. This is when it's indeciding. And same with this. It's banging against the roof. So we might collapse down. So it wants to go higher. But we're basically banging against an artificial roof. So this will be the second time. So that's second time. Now if we go up again to 1081, we're going to take off. Because that'll be the third time against the roof. And we kicked over it. Now we're getting pulled back to the line, but that's fine. That's just because we jumped over it with low volume. Now if we see any buyers, we're going to blast up to about here. Come on. And we're off. Just got to get some distance from this line or it'll suck us back in. The volume's ramping up, so we should get away. Come on.
Punch it, Chewy. Come on. Put the foot on the gas pedal. The volume's slowly creeping up, but it's not going anywhere. And gas it. Just let the NOS out. Probably getting stuck on something here. If it can't, like it really wants to do green, so the red should not be large. If we take too long, we're going to get large reds, but we should not expect the negativity to kick in right away. We should get a few more minutes of trying to go up before the negativity. So this is just a low volume red, so it's going to get crushed the second the buyers come back, which is what's happening right now as I say it. Yeah, so that's everything's on track. There we go. Still low volume, but we're free of the gravitational well now. So even with low volume, we're going to now have bigger greens because we're away from that stupid line. Now we're going to hit that roof, which we just blew through. So we're going to probably go back a little. There you go. So that's the first hit. Now we could either punch through, we could sit here, or let's see what happens. All depends on the volume. If we sit on the roof like we're doing right now, so we're sitting on this guy here, the shoulders of this cliff, then basically this counts as 3, if you will, or more. So if you sit on a line and you don't move, you don't bounce back, then you can break through the line because you have enough time. If you touch the line and immediately retreat, you generally need 2 more touches. So this should allow us to break through, and we did. Okay, so excellent. Everything's coming along. So we basically are doing perfect. Yep. So basically what we were stuck on was this. This guy is a big green, if you will, and the shoulders of these 2 guys. So now we're going to go up to the shoulders of this, but we should actually probably go all the way up to 1099. Get back to 1104. Oh, no. Yeah, right. This guy's going to be a problem. Well, that's where we are right now. But once we get over that, then it's, yeah, basically 11. And off we go. So there's a good 10-cent clearing here. Man, have you learned nothing, Marshall? Have you learned nothing? We know it's going to go up 10 cents. Why are you still running a long position? Or sorry, a short position? Oh dear. I mean, it's a 50-50 bet, and you bet wrong. Okay, so we ended up getting stuck at this point right here. So every time you see a green line, you can expect a certain amount of retraction based on this little Gantt chart, right? So I won't mention it every time, but essentially the second it stops, you should be drawing this in your head, and then you'll see it play out. Because again, you can't really predict it on the way up, but you can predict it on the way down using that chart. Which is one advantage to short sellers. But there's a few times with buyers too, you can tell where it's going to go, but with short sellers, you just need to know when it's going to turn around, right? But anyways, so this line is where it turned around. So it's this guy, this guy, this guy, and the top of this guy. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and so is that actually where it stopped? No, it stopped a little higher. Get rid of this. And put this right at the top. See where that went. Yeah, that's better. So it's probably this guy. We're already over this. Yeah. But then the second we couldn't do this guy, we get pushed down. Once we get pushed down, then there's this guy, and this guy, and this guy. So then we went down even further. Yeah. Like they could have given us support, so we could have went down and they could have kept us up. But because they didn't, we basically blew through them, and now they're going to be a ceiling again. Yeah. It all depends. Because, yeah, I mean, that's on a slope. That's really not much, like, support-wise. If we trace that line all the way back, we could probably find out there's a stronger support line for all of this. But it doesn't really matter for what we're doing right now. So this is making the S pattern. And that's one of the strongest patterns I know. So now, when we hit this line, we'll probably pause for half a second, then we'll blast through. But this has to get over this, where the S pattern collapses. And then it becomes a really tiny three kings. Or actually, sorry, three kings this way. Three black rows. So there's your S shape. And then when it collapses, it'll go for another attempt and then whittle off, or it'll turn into a pennant shape or something as it, depends on as it keeps collapsing down on itself, right? And then each one gives you more and more confirmation. Yeah. And let's say there's a floor right here. So if that's the case, let's just draw a wedge. Let's do that. Easy peasy, wedgy squeezy. So we just gapped out. So this is going to fall. Now that might be an oversell. And I wasn't quick enough clicking, but essentially once it gapped out, there's no support till right about here. You also have ramping up volume. Now, that's pretty strong, and the volume's not that strong. Okay, I'm going to close my position since I need to go look elsewhere. But yeah, so at this point, I think we're positive as a stock. So this is probably negativity from the market or somewhere else. So now I'm going to go look. GME is not doing so well. The Dow is coming down from a high. S&P is turning. NASDAQ's turning. The UK is turning. The DAX is going up. And even EENF has gone flat. So now everyone seems to be reacting to something. So that's more likely some type of news. Gold's going down. Where is the dollar? The American dollar flattened out at 92. Oh, lordy. So, can't be something federal, because if it was federal, the dollar would fly. The dollar's a very good representation of how people think, how strong other people think the market is, the U.S. economy, I should say. If the dollar is weakened, they think the U.S. is going down the shitters, and that can be confirmed by gold. Gold is a measure of fear, if you will. People buy gold when they're fearful and sell gold when they're not. And then gold is almost inverse to how well the stock market's doing. The stock market, which are these ones, are doing well, then gold will do poorly. So those are what these things are kind of telling you, or what you can take from them to help confirm whatever the hell's going on. Oh boy. Well, it's a good thing you didn't hold on to NIO. She's still swimming with the fishes. So what does that mean for us? Well, if it's a market spook, then it's temporary. It's just an artificial pull from our water supply, right? But a market spook could be a long-term spook, a depression, a recession, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So that pulling of the water here was just enough to get us past a technical, which caused a breakout in the wrong direction. So just because something happened on the market, then it caused us to react because we were so close to the line. But if the market was flat, we probably would have broken up. Like this would have happened and we would have escaped. But that's the game, right? You gotta play the short term against the long term and constantly balance between the two. But if you were to just close your eyes and come back in a week, I'm pretty sure we'll be up in the 12, 13 territory. But that's not why you subscribe to this channel. We're by the minute here. So yeah, it just all depends on what level of participation you want. And welcome back, Mr. Big One, 1-1. Right. So now should I buy? Kind of risky because we're here. And here and here are our shitty support. And we're just like an inch away from collapsing, right? So it's like, I want to see us back here before I buy. Also, you can see a crown right here, eh? I just spotted that. So actually, I'm pretty much thinking we're going down to here. Because this support, these guys here are not strong enough. It's a giant dick. The support here is not strong enough to keep us up. I'm going to bet against it. Yeah, I'm going to bet we're going down to 1040. Trade, create new order, sell. Okay. Let's see if I'm right. Now remember the rule of twos. You get the same. If you get in at a bad price, you generally have one more chance to see that price again. So once we go back and past your line, that's going to be your last chance. So you need to bail if you think the rest of the day is going to be positive. That rule has served me very well. Yeah, you always generally get a second chance. So if it goes over the point where I bought in, which is here-ish, then I'll bail. Because then we're exceeding the crown, and we're basically going to go into a mini W. So we could do this, but if things go well, it will look like a W. Then we have to see what happens at the middle part and see what happens here. If this was just panic oversell because of the technical breakout here and the lack of support here, then we should be able to rapidly come back as long as the buyers got volume. We don't have volume, we won't make it past this middle piece and we'll roll. down to about here. But that's basically our options in the short term. You can predict the near future, but you can't predict the future, the long haul. There's too many variables. Now, I did also paint a picture that is both up and down, but it's gonna, there's other things it could do, right? But it all depends on volume. So here, it looks like we're gonna go and make a shitty W, right? But where's the 50% mark? Right about here. So within a cent, we'll see if it's gonna roll. So it's too tight to for me to call it, like to close this, even though I'm losing $1,000. Yeah. So now it's gonna go. See if it bounces off the top shoulder. Should bounce off of 1085. Yeah, no, today's it's definitely, we're up 15%. The buyers are definitely strong today, and GME is down 5%. Okay, yep. It's gonna go. So now, once it gets over this, then it should take off. So that was a little mini W, which we completed here. Once you complete the W, it usually takes off. It's at this point where it might roll, or the halfway point, or the bottom corner. But we completed the whole thing, so now we just have to get through this chop right here, and then we'll take off. And our next stop is here, here, yeah, and here. Yeah, we got this. I think we're gonna have an afternoon rally, 1 o'clock. Yeah, looks good. Oh God. Oh man, I actually wanted to buy into Sears, but then when I looked at their financial and their management, that's what's killing the company. Sears itself could easily come out of its shithole, but it's the management that's putting it there. The fundamentals, how much real estate it owns, and the nature of its business, like it could do it. But yeah, God, management's garbage. So I should look at Sears. I was going to buy Sears in 2014. Let's see if I would have made any money. Are they even listed anymore? Okay, so they are currently in an abysmal shithole. Let's see if I would have made any money. Oh, I would have made a lot of money. Oh, or not. Nope. Nope. Okay, so I started trading stocks, I think, in 2013. And then I was looking at them in 2014. So at best, I would have made 70%. Yeah. And then I would have lost all my money. Yeah. Basically almost 100%. Wow. What a titan, eh? Here they are at $152 back in 2007, and now that's down. Oh my god! Imagine they recovered. Holy fuck! But a stock doesn't get to this price unless the stuff is very, very, very wrong. Now, good thing I didn't buy Sears. I was just like, it had a good. The chart looked good, but it's just like that fuck up I did earlier. It's good for the near term, but the long term, rip. That's not the chart I want to see. I want to see this one. And where was the other one? This one is starting to go. Yeah. Okay. So there's our halfway point. So now we're starting to roll. Okay. GameStop shares sell off after company finally decides to cash in on frenzy and issue new stocks. 2 months. Let me just read this here. Company to move to sell 3.5 million new shares, drops the share price 16%. They're going to be sold through an at the market offering. Yeah, that's fine. Then it just goes and talks about the short sell. So they were going to they were planning on doubling down and making money since January. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Same thing's going to happen to us. But you basically, you want to print money when the going is good, but it's going to have a negative effect. But in the long term, it's positive because it gives the company money, but you got to expect them to spend that money properly. Yeah. Let's see this. Man, these are just some weird ass companies people find. Oof. Not bad. A little bit of a sleeper here, 61%. Holy crap. Yeah, it's OTC, so it doesn't show up here. There's ChemBio. This is probably pharma. Jumped. Kelly Services. Hey, cool. That's what I should. That's my last name. That's what I should list. Ho 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 ho. Wow. Fall from grace. Man, the market's pretty good. We got a couple of 60s, 50s. Insult brands. When no girl will ever touch you. Excel brands. And our largest loser is 25%. Not bad. Yeah, today's a pretty positive day. And there's... So it's never a good idea to bet against the market. One, two. So this shouldn't be... We should come back from this. So we hit the top, couldn't get through. 1, 2, and a collapse. So that should be... We should get at least one more try, which will give us a larger W. We shouldn't break through the floor here. There shouldn't be any stomach. If it was going to do it, it would have did it here, but it didn't. That would have made a crown shape. There was a stomach for it. So this is a good buy. Really, the only place it can go is up, unless there's some spooky market news, which we can double check. Maybe. Maybe. No. Something's going on with the Dow. But it's starting to level out too. So it went flat, right? And then it broke out, but we're back to where we are. So there's something going on that it's not sure about. It thought it was over, and then it's like, no, you're a little too excited. I don't know if we're hitting record highs or something. Do not know. If you give me the code, I can copy and paste it. That way I don't have to get off the couch. Keyboard is so far away. Alright. Actually, you don't have to give me the code because I can just search by the name you typed it out. This one. Let's see here. Okay, so essentially your company saves the world and your stock price barely budges. Wow. So let me guess, this is heart drugs, Viagra, and something else. And then basically, as generics come into play and people give up on healthcare in 2008, and then this is them buying back. Yeah, this would have been a great time to buy. So I got in the stock market probably here, somewhere around here. So how much would I have made betting on a giant? 50%. Yeah, 50% in 5 years. 5 years. Fuck that noise. We can do 30% a day. Garbage. That's why I never buy into big companies. It's like, fuck that. $13 divided by shares? Don't know what that means. Okay. So we broke through the bottom and increased negativity. because we busted through the bottom. So that shouldn't happen. So I'm expecting us to recover quickly. If we don't, then that signals a downturn. Because basically that was the bottom. Yeah. Basically around here somewhere. So there's the quick recovery. So that was a little worrying here. But you don't know if it's because the sellers are not done or the buyers are not there. Both would basically give you a flat like this. So in this case, I think the sellers were there. The buyers weren't strong enough. And then once the sellers finished, then you rebound quickly because now there's nothing holding back the buyers. And because the volume's so low, right, you only have so much gas, if you will. So what we want to see is a commitment from the buyers. So we want to see increasing volume now, and that will lock in the upwards motion. So there's slightly increasing volume from 1,000 to 1,800. But still pretty garbage. How much was this bad boy? 16. Jeez. Somebody just keeps smacking us. So apparently Hong Kong's customs busted smugglers of graphics cards, seizes 300 NVIDIA CMP 30HX GPUs, which are the NVIDIA cryptocurrency mining processor. Makes sense since Hong Kong is like, you know, the backbone of finances. Hong Kong. One day you'll be free of China. Sad pandas. Oh, LG finally scrapped its smartphone business. That's good. It was a long time overdue. So I've been watching lately Hogan's Heroes. 50 years ago today, it ended the series. Holy shit. Now I feel really old. Damn. The Walking Dead is on its 10th season? Holy crap. I thought that died out ages ago. Just checking the news here. All right, nothing important. In the short term, maybe. You still haven't broken the bottom here, so I don't know yet. Well, it is a Monday, so you should get positivity. Usually you level off the 12 high, but we usually pick up a little bit at the end of the day, so this could just be the resting period. The general market is going to slow down around this time, which is what you're seeing right now. So we're probably getting depressed by that, right? But I don't think it's over yet. Still got money on going up. Jeez. Wherever these big fish sellers are. Yeah, I know. I keep thinking The Walking Dead kind of ended at season 5. Although realistically, like, as long as your characters are evolving, you can have, a forever. Like, I would love if The Office went on for 30 seasons, right? But eventually what happens is your writers get tired and the quality goes down the drain. Which is kind of where reality TV kind of is immune from that, where it's the reality of it is the thing. But a zombie apocalypse, you could write millions of stories in a zombie apocalypse. How many games have been based on it? How many movies, right? But you would have to be like really skilled to not burn out. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, because like The Office could keep going. You just replace characters. Um, People join the office, leave the office. And it's just like a manicured reality show. But if we go back to talking about like art forms, right? When we're talking about theaters, that forced perspective of the story makes it greater than the sum of its parts. So if you just threw all these people in a room and you just watched them versus having, structured dialogue and story arcs and growth of the character and situations that are set up, it's that crafting that ends up making more out of what's there than what is there. And that's the beauty of short shows like Firefly and Babylon 5. They're short, they're sweet, they get to the point, the characters grow, you laugh, you live, you learn, and then it finishes on a note where it's concise and you're happy about it. But if it goes on too long, it's like you're drawing too long in the tooth, unless of course, it's constantly evolving, uh, and then it doesn't matter how many seasons. But that's rarely the case, right? So, anyways, it's interesting nonetheless. Yeah. Yeah, there's also that too. Yeah. Oh yeah, the amount of stories I could write about the exclusion zone. Get out of here, stalker. Man, that has got to be my favorite. Aside from like Blade Runner, Cyberpunk, definitely Chernobyl, Stalker, that world, the Metro series, dystopian Russia, or also known as Russia in the 80s. It's just so good. You know, the Russians as a culture are fucking crazy. You know, it's just absolutely crazy. So you can you can write that in, you can amplify it, you know. Americans can be ballsy, but Russians will jump out of a burning building shirtless and throw hatchets at the enemy, kind of crazy. So, you know, you got Arnold Schwarzenegger with a machine gun versus hatchet wielding Ivan that's high on something and 6 bottles of vodka, but he still has the accuracy with his hatchets because he's trained since birth on his farm hunting squirrels. Like just two different worlds, but you can write so much about that, right? Those tropes. Yeah, so good. So good. Yeah. But I guess also too, I guess because there's a little bit of comedy in it. You know, Russian culture is very dark. It's got a really dark history. So the culture focuses on humor um, to try to cope. And so, you know, when they're not being serious, they're incredibly funny, or try to be at least. Um, so, and then that's good in a story too, because everyone you meet could be a ruthless assassin or a really funny, soft, you know, down to earth guy. So you have this huge spectrum of what people expect and what they can get, and so you can write a lot about that. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know who Alexander Pushkin is. Yeah. My experience with Russians is, you know, Canadian Russians, um, but they definitely fall in line to what I would expect from Soviet era peasantry or uh, working class. You know, keep to yourself, work hard, don't fight the government, and if you do, go full on out. Never do anything in moderation. Everything in extremes. Um, focus on life because it's short. Laugh at everything or be so deadly serious about everything. Everything's extremes. Yeah, at least as far as I know. That's been my experience with Russians. Oh God, and fucking crazy. Not stupid, but just balls to the wall. Like, fuck. I think the last Russian I met was, I think, shirtless, and he was tr- jumping into a waterfall or off a waterfall, and he just like just ran, jumped, like doesn't know how deep, doesn't know anything, just fucking goes right, and it's like fuck. But I mean, he could have done his research ahead of time, and he's just playing, but like just that kind of unduly confidence, right? Ah, good. Some culture in my life. Uh, now let's see what we got going here. We're going sideways. I'd like to think we got a pennant starting here, but yeah, I think we got a big pennant because I'd like to draw one right here, but it's too small. And there's no green, so there's no green here. So if I drew one right here, it'd be too small, which then means you got to go back a bit, but there's nothing here. So you go back, and then all of a sudden, you're just looking at the bottom of the triangle, right? So, and we know that this was a pennant shape earlier, right? And then we had a breakout. So now we can just adjust it. And based on the information we know, there we go. Done. Oh wait, the pennant was back here. This was our breakout. Never mind. Yeah, the pennant was down here. But same story, different boat. Okay. So far so good. So basically, put a stop loss here or double down here. Good. Okay, checking in on my messages. So we're just gonna go sideways. At least today's not slow as shit. So gold's going down. We have to look at it on a broader scale. Oh, not bad. So it's dropping. So that's showing health for the stock market. We had that little spook with that guy fucking up the entire stock market here. But it looks like it's coming down from it. Still a little too early to tell. Every 10 years you get a recession. So we're overdue. The last one being, so we should start to see one in 2013. Or, yeah, 2023. And then the other one was '08, and then 18, and then 28 will be probably the next one. But, I mean, if you got in here, and that's your recession, and that's your recession, do you really fucking care? Like, it doesn't mean the stock market's going to go here. It just means it's not going to keep doing this. Like, holy fuck. That's insane. I remember that when gold was just ripping. People were like melting down everything they could get their hands on. India had to stop selling. They paint everything in gold. Gold was like, what, not even quadrupled. Now, this is not exactly gold spot price. It's against the US dollar, but we'll just use it as an example. So it went up 5 times in cost. 5 times less gold. So we're going sideways. So that recovered more than I expected. Let's just presume that's a dead cat. on the way down. This one's holding water. Okay, I'm going to make a bet that it's going to go down. Okay. Oh man, AMC. I love you long time, but you are fucking slow. Ugh. All right. Making money in a second. Hooray. Well, the Roblox is at 40,000. Man. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's. Basically gone. Oh, it's gone on a tear. That's why. So I'll need to dollar cost average. 6% of. How much money did I put in? 6. Oh. 67 times 8,000. It's $500,000. So if I had $500,000, I could make $40,000 weekly, easy. Jesus. Oh, don't click that button. That is nuts. Well, it's super simple. Apple's just diluted their shares, right? You just divide, and there's your answer. Share price is completely dependent on market capital, the amount of available shares, and of course they have. Well, you can't have 1,000 shares at 2.1 trillion, right? Like you have to have some form of dilution. They probably have done multiple stock splits over their history. Guaranteed. Oh yeah. Share price doesn't mean anything, really. A $500 company and a $10 company can be completely equal. Just when a company has a low share price, more people tend to buy it. So the higher the share price is actually detrimental to people purchasing your share. Nowadays, people see it as kind of big dick swinging, But realistically, there's no real value in having your share price super high. It just stops people from investing. So now you don't want your share price under, let's say, $10, because then you're down with the $5 people who are probably there because they can't get to $10. But somewhere between 10 and, let's say, $80 is a good price to keep your share price. And you just do stock splits. Like even Tesla split when they hit 1,000 something, they split right down to 250 or 500. Oh my god, this is so slow. Ooh. Yeah, we're on the 1 minute. It doesn't feel it. It's so slow. Right. Man, this is killing me here. Alright, I'm gonna double down on this position. Trade. Sell. I don't know how it gives me this much money, but whatever. There we go. Okay. You can just pick any number, I guess, in paper trading. Like that's it's an $1 million trade right here. But somehow, I only have 100,000. So it must be giving me margin, incredible margin. Anyways, all right. I'll double down on that. Crickets. Good old 11. I met a band once, and they drew on their, I guess, amp speakers. I guess it's an amplifier. They drew the 11 on. So it goes to 10, and then they have a little line that says 11. It was in silver. It was quite good. And actually, I think some company now has their speakers go up to 11. Just as a joke. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea. And there's a good psychology behind that too. Because the original generation, it was 0 to 100%, and the 10 represented 100%. But then the next generation that had no idea just see it as numbers of loudness, right? So 11 would be louder than 10. That makes sense. But they're not rooted in some type of metric measurement, right? or metric measurement, some type of metric. Yeah, that's right. Not imperial, but like imperial evidence, metric measurement, some form of grounding. So then now you could say, oh, crank it to 12. Well, there's 120%, or just shift the yardstick that you measure from, and 120% becomes its 100% of what the speaker can do versus 120% of the loudness that the speaker can do. Yeah, so yeah, it all just depends on your yardstick you measure from. I thought you were quoting something. Yeah. But anyways, interesting that we bring this up. An interesting bit of human psych. Yeah. And the iPhone 6 is bigger than the iPhone 5. Bigger is better. Larger number, better. So much so that Apple basically screwed themselves because they couldn't sell their previous year phone. And that's why they started to go away from numbers. Because yes, the numbers are great because it drives sales. Because it's bigger. It's better. Exactly. But then nobody wants, and I forget the term for it, but essentially you it's like well, when you sell cars, you don't want to announce the new product until you've had the maximum run of the old product, because the second you introduce the new product, it immediately devaluates your old product and kills its position in the market. So you're doing the damage to your own product versus your competition. So the best thing you can do is release a turd and sell that turd for infinity. And because there's no competition, everyone buys your turd. So like NVIDIA and Intel are doing right now, there's no point in innovating and just producing products that nuke your own product, right? Forget the term for that. But yeah, so Apple's a prime example. So they stopped talking about the numbers because it was screwing them. And same with Microsoft Surface. They were like, oh, it's the Surface 4, the Surface 3. Now they just call it the Surface. And it'll be Surface 2019, Surface 2020, right? And that way there's confusion around the generation. And then that way, oh, I have an iPad. So you're always just talking about the product. And you can just say iPad, and it becomes ambiguous, and all the marketing goes to the one thing. So anyways, that's actually a case study. Humans like numbers. Top 5 reasons doctors don't believe this one trick. Top 10 lists are always popular because you're told up front what you're going to get. 10 things that are going to surprise you. It's good. And all it costs you is a click. But this stock is dead. And all right. This one might go for a breakout. Let's capture some of that. If it goes for a technical breakout, then I'll make some money here. Because it could go over this one and that one. And we'll see. It's making the money. GME is probably going to collapse. Basically didn't get enough steam. So that's the halfway mark and off it goes. I have a meeting at 2 o'clock. I forgot about. Right, as per normal, I'll just leave this up. Let it run its course. This one should be about 30 minutes. This is their last and final project. Or presentation, I should say. Just needs to run its course. This one is to hopefully break up, not down. Okay. That's usually a negative sign. It's your 3 black crows. So it's going like this on the micro level down. So then that's usually met with a red and then a reversal. But since we're so close, we don't know how big that red's going to be. And we got some decent volume, but we can't move more than like an inch. There we go. Get the pennies up on the side. So that might be our breakdown. We're pretty close. Right. Gotta go to that meeting. I will back. Try not to cry too much while I'm gone. Let's leave this up. All right. Dismiss, dismiss, and mute.
And we're back. Wow. Yeah, that was actually a quicker meeting than I expected. We had a technical breakdown. So once we passed here, you see the resistance and then it popped down. So this, if we measure to here, right? So now we're basically just going through this chart. So we'll bounce probably back to the 75 mark, and we'll get back to these channels. So there's your 0.5, your 6.18. You can see where they kind of block up. And actually get this down properly, since every millimeter matters. So that one's probably right about here. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, maybe there. That lines up a little nicer. But yeah, see how it nicely fits within all these boxes? It's really weird. It's really weird how that works out. But that's something I noticed a long time ago. One of the first patterns I noticed. So there's this weird thirds kind of going on. Of course, it's not 100% precise, but it's pretty damn close. So we're trending in the bottom half of this. So if things get better, we should at least level out here. If not, then you're looking at a further crash. Yeah, so we'll see. Wow, so cold. So to answer the question whether or not you should sell, the decision will be around 1040. So you can either ride it out or bail if it gets closer to 1040. Ugh. Yeah, I was hoping that it would break out, but she broke down. This one's going back towards the way it can. That's crazy. The difference between here and here is $20,000. So I got $1 million now in Roblox, betting that it's going to go down. And the difference between $1 was 20 grand. How much? When did I buy in? Let's say I bought in here. So the difference of 2% was $20,000. That right? No. If I have $1 million, 1% of $1 million is $10,000. Oh yeah, it is. Right, because you shift the decimal place. Oh, that's cool. Man, 1% is 10 grand. That's insane. And we got 16% today on AMC, 12% now. So that's $120,000. Oh man. Although when it went down 70%, you would have shit the bet. Oh, I would not want to see a 70% loss on 1 mil. I'm not climatized to those kind of numbers. Oh yeah. So how's our finances doing? Well, we just take a look and she's gone. Oh my god. I mean, they're just numbers, but geez, that would be, I guess, 70% would be 70 or $700,000. So you had $1 million, now you have 300,000. Fuck, that would be scary. All right, so it's teetering. Hasn't figured out what it's doing yet. Man, I am not doing good here. When did I short sell? Where? Oh, where? There's my entry point. Okay. But did I double down? I must have doubled down. Oh, right here. Okay. No, that's not an arrow. Oh, that is an arrow. And there's a buy-in, there's a sell. Okay. Man, those are hard to see. There's a sell. Buy. Sell. We'll see. Yeah, well, seems like the market's slowing down, which makes sense. It's been going sideways since noon. So it's what they call this is a resting period, or technically it's like a consolidation. Basically, when you've gone up so quickly, you have to take a breather. But it shows really no negativity. You do have an increasing low here, but the middle two were higher. So it's not quite negative. This one, there's no negativity whatsoever. You got a bit of a slowdown here and here. This one's more a course correction. You went up too high, brought it down. You're going up too fast, you slowed down. These are much more positive. This is a little bit more negative. It makes a new low. And then this one here, you went flat, then a low, but then you started ripping up. So, you know, that's all good. Gold's declining in the short term. What's going on with us? Looks like we're going to roll. Well, we already are rolling. Now are we going to plummet? And if we get down 3 more cents, we're going to drop. It's pretty close. And you have ramping up volume. Yep, there we go. Okay, we'll just take that loss. All right, let's see this go. This one should start paying out soon. This one I am still eating my shorts. And this one I'm getting the dollars. This one should pay out in a minute. Yeah, I'd be probably bailing if you're still with us, Belts. I could be wrong, but it's not looking too healthy. I mean, we do have good resistance here, but you can always just bail, dodge the drop, and then get back in once it goes up. I mean, commission is not that expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I bailed a little early, and I'm getting punished for it. But I don't like being this close to a drop.
So it looks like your diamond hands are paying out. The only prediction I can make so far, Emil, is we're starting off the week quite strong. Everything looks positive. So we might be going into, $14 by end of week, or by the 19th was my assessment. So we should be golden sooner than later. Yeah, the volume says it wants to recover, but the chart shows there's no stomach for going up. So even though we have those big greens, you can see the price motion. It's like less than a penny. So that means those big greens are mostly sellers, and enough buyers to make it green, obviously. But so the green bar it should be 49% red or less to be accurate. Yeah. Yeah. And we're gonna see the results from that, right? AMC is going to do nothing but champion all the next movies that come out. Just because why not, right? They got nothing else but time, and they're gonna just champion. Like when Fast and the Furious, 9, 10 comes out, they're gonna just fucking go nuts on that, right? And hopefully it coincides to just before an earnings call. Because if we get hit with an earnings call after that, they'll be able to be like, whoa, money, we blew it out of our ass. And then, boom, it's going to be good. Versus having the earnings call and be like, oh, the movie's tomorrow. And then we don't know the financial impact, right? But because none of these movies are going to flop. They could. Obviously, they could. But, if anything was going to flop, it's going to be Godzilla versus Kong, right? Which is probably why they put that movie out first. There's no actors, or very little actors, so they don't have to worry about, and it's probably not all top of the line actors either. So they throw it out there to test the waters before they release their multi-million-dollar, I gotta pay everyone, so it better do good. Because paying Kong is easy. Kong is free. Yeah. Godzilla probably has royalty rights, though. But I wonder if Kong and Godzilla are owned by the same people. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Ah, yes. Skarsgård. He's in everything, isn't he? Although I guess Skarsgård is a popular last name. Yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. Um, oh, I don't care. There's no L in there, right? It's like Skarsgård, but whatever. It's all good. Skarsgård? Gjord? Oh, that works. did try it. Skarsgård. Gord. Yeah. That works. Who's the guy that I really like? Can't remember. All right. It's not showing up when I Googled it. You guys might remember it, but oh, here we go. There's a Netflix show that's like post-apocalyptic zombies, and it stars a military guy who's trying to keep a lady alive, and the lady basically is got like special blood that allows her to turn back zombies. But that show has a guy in it that I really like. See if I can find that. Oh, is that Van Helsing? Oh, it is Van Helsing. Ah, it is. It's the new Van Helsing. And that was actually quite good. Now, that's why I probably watched it. Now, who's the actor in Van Helsing? Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, it gets quite good. Oh, I think it's there's Paul Jean Hansing. Oh, so this guy also did the producer did The Exorcist, Defiance, Van Helsing, LA Doctors, Picket Fences. He's done a few things. Neat. Who's the actor? I need faces. Sam. Sam is Christopher. Yeah. Christopher Heitendow. He's Canadian. Huh. Okay. He's from British Columbia, and he's 20 years older than me. Ah, so much for being Swedish. I was like, and this guy, he does a lot of stuff for Netflix now. He's now on Snowpiercer. But he's basically the Netflix does anything actor now. Oh shit! And this Jonathan Scarf guy is also Canadian. Eh, neat. It's probably why I look a lot like him. Yeah. I was trying to see if any of these people were Swedish, but turns out they're all Canadians. Huh. Is the main actor Canadian too? No, she's from the US. Okay. I was like, that's a lot of Canadians there. But yeah, no, the Van Helsing was not bad. And it starts off kind of cheesy, and then it starts to get really good with the character tropes. Made me want to play, the hell's the video game? State of Decay. It turns out State of Decay is kind of meh. Cool concept, horribly executed. Yeah, it's going. I'm just hemorrhaging money. So it bounced off the bottom and off it goes. Yeah, I hope we get above 11. So yeah, once we passed noon, it was pretty much guaranteed we weren't going to go up. But also that major dip really hurt us considerably. But it was still good. You know, we had a good run. We got 12%. I do think we're going to continue upwards. I'm going to probably let this come back down, and I'll close my position, and then up I go. Yeah. That last part of your sentence didn't make any sense, Mr. Geckos. Apparently my YouTube is lagging now. What the hell? Oh, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the Illuminati's eating my wires. They hired those squirrels that live outside. Oh, poop. I missed my exit point on this one too. So this one's going to pay out real soon. Excellent. So the doubling down was excellent on that one. Okay. Oh, Yeah, I'm just getting a big error on the YouTube Studio. It's saying you're not getting enough video to maintain smooth, but it's like, why am I all of a sudden not streaming properly? Nothing's changed. Oh well. Okay. So this follows exactly suit. This one will go back down, but I missed my point of making money. This one's going to make me money soon. This one is unknown. Don't know what this wants to do. We never made it back to here. We're showing weakness in volume. It's hard to tell. Ugh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it knows what it wants to do. Just going sideways. The volume is reasonable. So it really looks like I think people are predicting it's going to go up by end of day. But we're hitting the end of day, so it's kind of trailed off. But I don't know if there's commitment for this price reduction. Kind of lost all of this on low volume, but then there's no commitment to return. So it's kind of odd. I mean, this kind of looks like a normal day graph, except there's all that part we just kind of left out. Yeah, I don't know. But it definitely shows you the energy. Like, people want to get out, right? They want it to go up. But, yeah, they just don't have any staying power. Coming up on power hour. Power hour will start just at the edge of this graph. Right. Yeah. All right. USS Lemon Prize. Still good. Almost there. She's just plummeting. Good. Still nothing on AMC. Just going sideways. A little bit better, but still sideways. They've got incredibly dead volume as well. Wonder what their total volume is. 19 million. Oh, 12 million. So they're almost on average. Or 30% less. Or half. They get another million before close. Then they're just over half. 60% would be 15, I guess. Yeah. Doing for volume. We're 10 million over the average. Although the average is 10 days. Most of those 10 days have been zero garbage. So the average is definitely low. When we had our 1 billion share day, I think our average was like 190 million. But we'll see. Started off pretty strong today. But 90 million is reasonably high for us, I would say. Because remember, we get days that are 50 million or 23 million. I think the worst I've ever seen for us was 25, 23. 32 is a really slow day. So this is much faster. Even if we're not seeing much price action during the day. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that looks like a bunny. Like a really shitty Easter bunny. That's even worse. Thanks. Alright, 5 minutes till sour hour. Do, do, do. Oh man, it's killer. Mm-hmm. Right. Minute and 30 seconds. We should see some action. Oh man, killing me. This really wants to go up. This one paying out yet? That's close. This one's paying out. Good. I'm gonna get out. Okay. Volume. That's a lot of damage. Still on the fence. 30 seconds into sour hour. And 0 price action. Wow, it's just flat. Yeah, you come here for the drawings, you stay here for the stock monies. Predator drone. Oh wait, it would be a Reaper if it has weaponry. Go. Market is going down. You should follow suit. Crap. So slow. Almost gonna make me some money. Which one was down on? No, this one. Gonna go up as the market goes down and the US dollar. Oh, that's what I wanted to eat the other day is popcorn. I had a craving for something I couldn't remember. And it was because people were using popcorn emojis. And then I forgot by the time I made it to the store. Ah, yeah, popcorn. Oh, and I got that black truffle salt, which smells like gym socks. Like it's brutal. It smells like gym socks and tastes like. Oh, I've already blotted it out of my brain. Yeah, I can't remember what it tastes like now. All I can remember is how bad it smells. Well, yeah. Well, popcorn is just corn, right? It's just, and corn is relatively healthy. It's like saying cereal's healthy for you. It's like, well, yeah. And it's just grains. Like one of the most basic human foods. But anytime something is toasted or roasted, it increases its toxicity. But, you know, who the hell cares? We still eat grilled hamburgers. And cooking with a microwave would probably be the least toxic method. Whereas toasting grains and stuff, you're cooking them with maybe fire. Ugh. Well, looks like we're getting a little bit of lift off. We're pretty flat. And I'm just losing money on this baby. I like margarine. Butter is not that great. But margarine's pretty good. Oh, there's our breakout. Wow, look at it go. We're at 1062. I bought in here, but my average was here because there wasn't enough shares. So, I don't know how this paper trading's doing it. Yeah. Looks like this thing's delayed. Hey, money. On trucking, just gapping up, which is excellent. It's going to keep going. Showing hesitation. Going. They're putting the foot back on the gas pedal. It's giving us the rocker symbol in the volume there. Telling us to rock out with our stocks out. Get a lemon in there. Don't forget the lemon mysticism. Oh yeah, making the dollars. Same thing. GME is trying to figure out what it's doing. So it was doing this, and now it's doing this. So it's going for a big W. A big Mr. Wilford. Good. Okay, can we get over 1077? Go for round 2 with less than 40 minutes on the clock. I see somebody's been studying the Cabal. It's not Jewish mysticism if it's the truth. Whoa. Speaking of which, I have never Googled Islamic mysticism. I wonder if they have any. They probably do. Huh. I never thought to Google it. Not that I really care, but I know Jewish mysticism, Catholicism's mysticisms, Zoototarians, so old Persia or current Iran, or Zoroastrian, I think it is. And then Jamaican Rastafarian, although I don't know if that's really a religion. They all have mysticisms. I know those. But I wonder about Islamics. They must have something. Those lonely nights in the desert. Yeah. Well, normally my YouTube feed gets better as the price goes up. So today's just a slow day all around. Got 300 views with only 20 to 30 people throughout the day. But everyone that's been here is diehards. There's 40 minutes is my average watch time right now. Average Joe out of that 300 that stays 0 seconds was enough to not water down my average. Pretty good. Lemons are right here. Gotta use your eyeballs. Yeah, the market was closed on Friday. Yeah, that could explain why today's a low day. Although I did a quick check on YouTube, and one of the guys that does his stock show got 6.7 thousand people watching him right now. And I'm like, Jesus. How can somebody watch? I mean, I'm surprised you guys are here. At least I make fun drawings. I made Doodle Bob. Very bad SpongeBob. And a Predator drone. Oh, Reaper drone, sorry. Mm-hmm. Ooh, pancreatitis. Well, day's pretty much done. Stockbrokers hang up their red what the hell is it called? Damn it, what's that little hat called? Oh well. Yeah. My mom had her gallbladder removed. It's not great because you lose your oil and fat digestion ability. But yeah, enjoy some disruptions in your washroom behaviors. No, it's the fez hat. I was trying to remember that. Kippa is the Jewish hat, isn't it? No, that's a yarmulke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pancreatitis sucks dong. Oh, when it's inflamed? Sweet Jesus. I think I may have had it once when I was a little kid. All I remember is my back was on fire. It felt like somebody kicked me, like full on kick right to the back. It was not fun. Yeah. If you don't make it, can you at least give us all your AMC shares? Just pencil us in. Clearly your body hates you and it's trying to kill you. It beats getting pancreatic cancer, so deal with it now before it gets too angry at you and goes rogue. Then you're gonna have to send in SEAL Team 6, and they're gonna have to extra judiciary take out that pancreas. Then I think you would become essentially diabetic or dead. Can you run without a pancreas? Yeah, you can run without a pancreas, but not well. Yeah, you pretty much die. Sounds good. That'll hold up in court. You all saw that. That's his last will and testament. He's of sound mind. This is not a cult. We're not. Okay, so the AMC is holding. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it regulates your blood sugar levels. But you could technically be on permanent dialysis and you can get an insulin pump. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, you'd be hospitalized. Like, you would have to be fully machined, I think, if you lost your pancreas. No, no. Uh, I'm good without the lonely desert life. It was just a generalization. No, I was curious about the mysticism. I realized I never Googled that. You know, I know a little about a lot of things, but that's one thing I never actually thought to look up. Yeah, because genies come from Persia, and then you have the other things they got. They're monsters. They got genies. They got this cloud, some type of angry cloud. Oh yeah, they also have desert monsters that look like whirlwinds. Oh, maybe I have figured this out. But then that's not really Islamic. That's like leftovers from hardcore back in the day sultans, which was uh, technically, well, does it predate Islam? Uh, Probably. Not sure though. Islam's relatively new. It's like 300 BC. No, 300 AD. Was written afterwards. Um, and then they kind of backtracked, just like the Bible was written, what, 100 and something years afterwards. Same thing. And then it was crazy translated at whim. And then we got this hodgepodge of what's allowed to be known. Can't remember. I used to know all this. Oh well. H.P. Lovecraft is good. Did I put the lemons on the wrong stock? I don't know. I just kept deleting it. Right. More lemons. Woof, that's a huge volume here. Yeah, Kabbalah or Kabbalism or whatever. Kabbalah is Judaism mysticism. Let's see here. Women. Islamic mysticism. Okay. Oh, it's Sufism. Right. Also known as Tasawwuf. Right. It's the values, ritual, practices, and doctrines of institutions around the phenomena that is Islam. Yeah, okay. So there's that one, right? Sufism. Now give me Islamic monsters. Although this is going to be a bad search. Yeah, there's the goat, the angry goat, the burning eye thing, golems, monkey people, the horse archers. Right. Here, Islamic legendary creatures. Here we go. We got, ooh, good on you, stock. Keep going. We got giants. Oh yeah, the jinn. A genie is a jinn, right? The Barak, which is the Zoroastrian creature, human head, horse legs, lion tail, weird ass wings. The Hori, the Hazum. Yeah, so really they don't have much, just the jinn, which is the genies, anglicized. The she-camel of God, the beast of the earth, the Dead Sea apes. Okay, so I wasn't missing much. And the Hudhun, which is the messenger bird. Okay, so that's probably why I didn't know. There's not much. They just have a different. They got Og and Magog. And Goliath is apparently in their mythos. Demons, let's see how many demons they got. And not much. Oh, okay, their mysticism's clearly lacking. They gotta set that. Just get those standards up. You know, we gotta go. You gotta get more out there. You know, trolls and what else? Those desert tornado thingies I was talking about. Yeah. Interesting. Well, maybe I did Google it, but it was so little that I forgot. All right. Well done. what was it? You say, he who should not be named, you summoned him. Yep. You spoketh his name. Getting my money back. That's one thing I liked about the Harry Potter series. I like the concept that, if you speak something, you're going to render it true. And so they don't want to speak the name of the bad guy. It adds such a cloud of mystery and, it just builds up an evil character more than, calling him out by name. So it's good. That was a smart trope, I guess. Part of script writing. Yeah. Because it allowed every character to go and say, like, no, don't talk about him. Like, they all got to express their fear. And then versus, it's Billy. And then they all gasp afterwards. There's a panic before even mentioning the name. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, good fun. Wow, look at how flat it is. It's not robots at all. We went over. How much time's left? 30 minutes. I hope that's not a robot. It's way too flat though. But there could just be a lot of cell here. Let's see. Oh yeah, there is. Huge cell wall right there. Yeah, look at some solid numbers there. That's pretty cool. You can buy market or sell market for like the high frequency traders. Man, I could sit here all day and just be like, bam, 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 bam. It's 50-50. Just pick one. If you're right, you make money. So. I'm going to. I want to take the money and run. It's hard to tell. Oh, we're starting to win. Come on, push through. Yeah. Garbage. One is going to make me money down here. Come on. Money. Oh, cool. It highlights where you got in. Oh, no, it doesn't. 51. Where's 51? 36.51. 30. 39.42. Yeah, it does highlight where you get in. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh man, that's coming down fast. Sweet. Yeah, cool. It's an interesting way to trade using the DOM. Neat. So, we're currently buyers are beating sellers, so let's see how it reacts when it gets back to this line here. I'm almost rich. Okay. Jeez, Marshall. We really like your Russians. Out. I'll let it figure out what it's doing. Okay, and it's just killing me. 32 grand. Just need you to go down. This one is about to make bank. Have less than 30 minutes left in the day. Mm-hmm. Wow, I forgot to close this position. Better do that now. All right. Sweet. Making money, making songs, and fighting around the world. I'm Russell Crowe, and I love fighting. So instead of going up, it basically died. So get. Well, it's the end of the day, so it's not going to matter, but this guarantees you're not going to fly up. Well, doesn't matter anymore. End of day. Okay, this one just flew off the handles, but that doesn't mean much. It's trying to figure itself out. It's to figure out its identity. There you go. Oh, my right click deleted it. Oh. Or is it going to be 150? Orange Illuminati confirmed. It's not actually a lemon. It's actually a where orange. Do 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 do. Oh man, the volume's kind of decent, but this sideways motion is ridiculous. The dead kitty, or is it gonna try to rebound? Hard to tell. The volume says it doesn't know either, but it's looking like it's gonna go up. Hard to tell. A bear orange. Yeah, I love it when you go to foreign markets and they just make up names for Western objects. Like, oh, this is super big orange, and this is, stuff like that. And you're like, it's often very creative. Badly shaped orange, also known as a grapefruit. Yeah, XXXL orange. Yeah. You got yellow orange, green orange, orange orange. Yeah. When you translate some languages, especially like Chinese, Chinese is very literal. So lemon and limes are a New World crop, I believe. No, lemon and limes did not exist in the last 100 years. The original crop is something else, and they hybrided. Is it limes that came right? Basically, they modified the plant and created lemons, limes, and something else. Um, so, anyways, the language then, it'd be like yellow citrus, red citrus, green citrus. Yeah. Yeah. What's the other one that's very common? Oh, wild mustard. Wild mustard makes broccoli, cauliflower, kale, and something else. But through selective breeding, they focused on the leaves, kale. They focused on the flowers, broccoli. Yeah. Uh, nice. But yeah, anyways, that's an interesting jot down if you're ever looking to learn something. Okay, let's see how AMC is doing. Still sideways. So citrus fruit is native to Southeast Asia. Originally came from Micronesia and Polynesia. Then I went over to Europe. Who made limes? Limes, French, Arabic, Persian. Okay, so lemon is a hybrid between bitter orange and citron. Citron? Yeah, so citron is the original citrus species. Okay. And then from citron, they merged all the modern stuff. So lemons are a hybrid of bitter orange and citron. Limes are well, not much for that. But yeah, the citrus family is pretty big. All right, wow, this is slow moving. Still haven't made my dollars. There's our goalpost. Oh, it looks like they're going to do a last minute push. Let's get in for the last minute push. See if they can get us over 1077. All right, making money. You zoom in, it looks horrible. There we go. Self out. Going down. Short-lived. Might win this fight. Oh, they're evenly tied. They're winning. Dumping money. Interesting. Come on. At 3K versus 1K, we're going up. Oh yeah, we're going up. We're just crushing them. 3K versus 100. Not even going to stop us. 3K versus 200. Up we go. 2.5K versus... Oh, they stopped us. Okay. Still going. Oh boy. 5K sell wall though at 1081. That's a huge. Oh, we punched through it? No way. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh shit, they're going for some more. Oh, I gotta get back in. They're not done yet. They're just dumping money. 4K, 5K. Oh shit. I mean, the guy's not stupid. He knows he should pander to his base. Okay. That's some solid strength. Sellers are still pounding us, but we kicked them in the nuts. This is making me money. Yep. Yep. Oof, that's huge. On pushback. Might be able to. Oh, the sellers are just dumping. Come on, buyers. Double down. Oh, wow. We just dumped money and we just shot up. Oh no, that was the chart moving itself. I had such high hopes. Pretty good run. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't day trade AMC if the volume's this low. But the good news is AMC can only explode upwards, right? So that's the benefit. If it's gonna deflate, it's gonna be because of pandemic or whatever. Oh man. I bought that at the wrong time. The buyers were so strong, and then they just fucked right off, and the sellers crushed them. Now they're overselling. Everyone's profit taking. Buyers kicked back in. I'll have to carry this over till tomorrow. Right, and 5 minutes left. Look at it go. Rip. That's overselling. Yeah. Volatility is what you need for making money, though. No volatility is garbage because you can't get anything done. Buy in at the last minute. Okay, we got a few minutes left. Okay, it just doubled down. I wonder if it'll let me triple down. Oh, oh my god. Okay. I'll carry that till tomorrow. I think we're just gonna have a last second spike. Ugh. Oh, or a last minute sell. Down to the last minute here. I would expect a last minute spike. Who the hell's selling off? I guess they want their 12%. But you're gonna get, excuse me, they're gonna get burned tomorrow when we gap up. Maybe they have to get burned once so that they realize not to sell off at end of day. Selling off at end of day is normal. Like, that's the index. What about GME? Are they still tanking? No, they're climbing up. It's making me dollars. Okay, last 60 seconds. Yeah, we're at 90 million volume, so this may carry over into the aftermarkets. Green rocket. Let's do it. $20 seconds. Oh man, that sell volume's huge. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're done. Wow, that was a bit of an ending. Now, that sets us up for tomorrow. Pretty good. If we go to the, get rid of this, go look at the 1 month. Here, all drawings. Oh, that's just my buys and my sells. So, that's in the way. Oh, I can't see, but yeah, it looks like we are treading up the S shape. There we go. End up here. Oh, yeah, we might be a little too high, but by midday or end of day tomorrow, it should be normal. And the 12th is what? That's way too far in the future. Yeah, we should be out of this ball by the 9th. Yeah. Either way, I think we're trending up. Everything's looking like it's we're coming out of this hole. We managed to get over what, week? Almost a week. So we're about halfway back. So yeah. Oh, I think we're gonna hit 14 by Friday. Yeah, we pretty much ended up at 11. That stupid sell-off kind of hit us, but yeah, we should be back here. I'll be happy if we get into the low 13s. Yeah. Oh yeah, and survive your operation. 20%, 28%. Yeah, I think we can pull that off. You only have what, 20% to go? 24%? We could pull that off in 2 days. Oh, I'm selling. I'm selling as soon as we hit 14. Yeah. Yep. No problem. The likelihood of you dying is low, but you might wake up with an extra arm sewn on you. I seen it in a couple of movies. Oh, and make sure to scan for microchips. Bill Gates has been putting microchips in people when they get sleep. Right. Gotta watch out for that. And bring a lemon with you for a slice of lemon to keep the bad spirits away. Good times. Sir, is that citrus? No, it's holy citrus. Na, na, na. Okay, so yeah, I think we're doing good. This was a much better day than blah last couple days. All right, well, I guess yeah, I guess that's it for today. We're up 13%. I guess we're just on the path to recovery. Soon we'll look back and we'll be like, oh, remember when it was here? And then we're riding high at 40 with our mountains of money. Money mountain. All of this would just be a sea of pain we've forgotten. Yeah. And that news about Godzilla and King Kong will eventually hit the mainstream, and the share price will go up as a result. As soon as they report, the opening weekend is ridiculous and they're making tons of money, that will bring back the investors for sure. We just need some good news, some hyperoo, if you will. All right. See you guys all tomorrow. I got video games to play. Pew pew. Theaters might be dead, but they still make $1 billion a quarter. Can't be that dead. Or no, a year. Yeah. See ya.